They're asking for more volunteers to come forward on campus. We have an opening at 3. Gracias, familia. Thank you, everyone. The very last thing to take a seat again. We're actually going to follow the moment of silence in a minute. Would you like to take a seat, please? And we'll do a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Before we begin today, thank you for the opening prayer. I believe in this one for tomorrow. I want everyone to join us in 1 minute. We're going to have a moment of silence for all of the migrants, refugees, and displaced people who have passed away during the pandemic and for the last several years. The disappear and all those who we have looked to remember today and throughout prayers and prayer. So we'll have 1 moment of silence. Everyone, please stand.
As a migrant, as a refugee, as a displaced people, we continue experiencing great human rights violation and exploitation throughout our life for the longest years. We keep asking ourselves, why they treat us like this? Do we deserve this? We are forced by the condition to accept this kind of dehumanizing treatment. We are displaced from our homeland. because of the impoverishment back home, the plunder against our land and against the natural resources, and also the exploitation against our people, the war and terror, and even climate change. All these are created by neoliberal globalization, and it is worsened by it. Under neoliberal globalization, we are treated as slaves, as a people without face, without heart, without dignity, and without rights. We are treated as commodity for export in exchange for remittances and revenues. We are treated as a cheap, docile, and disposable labor for profit of many host governments. We are even treated as a job stealer and criminal whenever there are crises and unrest. We are even called as virus spreader during COVID-19 pandemic. This kind of treatment will continue to happen and even worsen under neoliberal globalization schemes. We have to ask ourselves, do we accept this kind of treatment all the time throughout our life? Are we willing to be victim and victimized throughout our life and even our future generation? The answer is no. Enough is enough. We have to rise up and put stop on this kind of exploitation and oppression. We have to stand up for our rights and our dignity, because we are people, we are human, and we are workers. There is no other way except to unite, empower, organize, and mobilize. That is the only way to face all the greater challenges that we are going to face. We will face them collectively in unity and solidarity.
To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Let us use that power, let us all unite.
We should continue organize our fellow wherever they may be, whether they are in land, whether they are in the sea, whether they are domestic workers, plantation workers, factory workers, seafarer. They are our brother and sister that should be organized into our rank. The local people in the countries that we are currently residing are also victims of exploitation by neoliberal globalization. They are also being extorted, impoverished, suppressed. They are also being divided to fight against migrant, refugee, and displaced people. We should not let that to happen. We should also, hand in hand, work in solidarity, create more collaboration and cooperation to strengthen our unity to fight the main enemy of the working class, whether we are migrants, whether we are local. It is no than other except the global capitalism. We have to link our movement overseas, the migrant, the refugee, and displaced people, with the movement of our people back home in our home countries. Because that's the only way to address the very reasons of forced migration and forced displacement of our people. Fellow migrants, refugee, and displaced people, for ourselves, our families back home, and for our future generation, let us all rise up, unite, and fight for a world without forced migration, for a world without neoliberal globalization.
programs with our keynote speakers. Let's call Azra Sayed, the chairperson of the International Women's Alliance and the vice chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, to talk about on the multiple crisis of imperialism.
Good morning, friends. It's an honor, it's a privilege to be here to speak at the 5th Global Assembly of the International Migrants Alliance. It's an honor because the workers of the world will lead us to liberation. And the migrant workers will be in the front row of the fighters who will save us from the tentacles of this monster called imperialism. And so today, what I would like to talk about is imperialism. Because our unity as workers, as peasants, as women, as youth, can we get rid of that? The feedback. It's very disconcerting. Because, without understanding what we are fighting, what we are against, we cannot win.
What I'm speaking
We have seen that happening
They extract our mines, our minerals, they extract the production of our agriculture system, and that's how the people, the workers, the peasants are now pawns in their hands. That's the very first step. And then, can you go back? Okay, and so this is what I'm talking about here. And then next, in just a few, like a handful of 10 years, from 7 to 8 agrochemicals, they came down to 3 to 4 in each of them. I've laid down 3 different sectors of agriculture and food. So if you look at seed, if you look at agrochemicals, if you look at the big traders, there are just a very few of them in the market, in the whole global marketplace. Next, please. Similarly, big oil. We've always, all through my memory, we talked about the 7 sisters, and actually now only 4 left in the big oil corporations, whether it's Exxon or Chevron or British Petroleum and Shell. So this is known as the concentration of capital, especially in the industrial sector. Next, please. And this is what we see now. The whole world is actually, it seems like we are controlled by this concentration of huge mega corporations that rule our lives. And these are the ones who are responsible for the workers, whether in our domestic markets or workers as migrants. They throw us out of the right for us to work, and we are left floundering in our nations, in our regions, and globally. The next stage of imperialism is from the industrial sector, it goes over to the financial sector. And this is now reaching to the highest levels of imperialism. You know, when the banks take over, when the investment structures take over the industrial sectors, the concentration of capital and the concentration of power is even more concentrated. It is so difficult now to control our lives because it's actually not even a number of corporations, it's a handful of billionaires that now control our lives, our livelihoods, our raw materials, our markets, our production systems. Next, please. So these are just names. I think we know these names. The Citigroup, the Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase, Goldman Sachs. These are names we hear all the time. We don't necessarily absorb what it means. It basically means that the money is sitting in banks and the banks are controlled by these groups. A very clear example to me as a Pakistani, as a woman in my country, is of microfinance. You know, one of the most exploitative criminal systems that they've extracted money from the poorest of the poor, the most marginalized, and the result is extreme debt, and the result is then the migration of our people from the rural to the urban, from the urban to the region, from the region to the globe. And in the morning, just now, the pictures that we were seeing of the missing people, they don't go willingly. You know, I come from South Asia. In our airports, whether it is Pakistan or Nepal, India, we cannot go to, but Bangladesh, all our airports are full of migrant workers. Have you seen? I'm sure you are one of them. But when we see those faces, the desperation and the hope, you know, it always goes together. The desperation to find work and the hope that they will find something better on the other hand. But we all know what is at the other end. You much more than I do. Next, please. And so we see, you know, I wanted to bring this woman on this presentation. Her name, I believe, is Jane Fraser. She is now the CEO of Citigroup, one of the biggest banks in the world. So to me, the exploitation is not based on just on patriarchy. Of course, patriarchy is a very, very, very ingrained structural issue that we all face. But the biggest issue is class. It is this class of people who sit in very, very luxurious settings. They can us. And so I don't know all their names. This person is Jeff, I don't know how to say his name, Jeff because, maybe it's because he's because. So this is just the financial control of our markets, right? Next, this is the highest stage of imperialism. And what happens is that once there is capital, the capital cannot just give you profit by sitting in the bank, it has to be invested. And once they need to invest it, they come to our country, they make us colonies, they make us new colonies. And that is where we see it started almost 100 years ago. Imperialism is not new. It's just that as imperialism has advanced, as it has given us technology to organize and to understand, our understanding is also much higher than it was before. Our ability to fight is also much higher than before. Right now, we are here, people sitting from 28 countries. And I don't know how many thousands across the world are now listening to us and are part of the struggle, where we stand up to oppose this export of capital which is responsible for the misery and exploitation of the people. Next, please. So I hope I made myself understood that once you need to bring money into the other countries to invest and to take back the profit back to the rich imperialist countries, we all know their names, the G7 countries, of course. The number one is the United States of America and then the other 6 of them. But then we also have imperialist powers who are outside of the G7, which is Russia and China. But I am very clear that of the imperialist nations, the most, and sometimes words fail me, the most criminal, the most monstrous is of course the United States of America. We all know that very well. Because of the hegemony, in terms of money, in terms of weapons. You cannot forget the kind of weapons which the Americans have, and that is what they are using to fight us, whether they are conventional weapons or digitalized weapons or biological weapons or chemical weapons, an atomic bomb. They keep talking about human rights. Who threw 2 atom bombs on this world? 2. We can never forget that, and we should never forget that, and we should never underestimate the United States of America in bullying its way, destroying its way to keep its control. So this is what it is. When you have to have control over the raw material, the lands of the people, you really need a very big military. And this is their armed forces spread across the world to control us. And then, of course, we have China. We all know, we especially from the Asia-Pacific region, understand and know China very well, how it is coming into our areas, into our land. So this is, everybody knows the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. But there are other projects which the Chinese are now are pushing forward, especially in the Central Asian economies and the South Asian economies of Asia Pacific. Next, please. What does it mean? Everybody keeps talking about renewed energy, and everybody thinks that renewed energy will save the world. But if you look at the data very carefully, if you look at the wars of this current century, the blue countries, Iraq and Kuwait, these are the biggest oil-producing countries of the world, or they have the biggest oil reserves in the world. So I don't have everybody there, just I picked there are 10 of them. But if you look at them, Iraq and Kuwait, everybody knows what happened to Iraq and Kuwait. We know the yellow countries of Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. These are big, big receiving countries for migrant workers. And the criminalization that is happening to our workers in these parts of the world, the extreme torture that people who go to work in these regions is very well known, very well documented. These are the countries which have been basically pounced upon by the United States of America and are now totally controlled by the Americans. And this is the part of imperialism, part of the colonization, neo-colonization structure, where they need to control our raw material, whether it be oil, gas, coal, or others. And I will get into that in a second. Now this I put separately. These are also part of the biggest countries which have the biggest reserves in all three, oil, gas and coal. And I put Central Asia separately, not as a country to country, just as a whole cluster of countries in Central Asia. Because I think this will also help us understand what is happening in China, between China, Ukraine, Russia and the United States of America. Very clearly, it is these resources that they want to go after. And I wanted to add that what is happening in Palestine is part of this struggle. What is happening in many parts of our country, of course Palestine gets a lot more focus than the rest of us. But we have to understand, they can go to that extent. They can go to that extreme. Next please. I have only 5 minutes. So this is another one which I think everybody knows, the One Belt One Road. But this is kind of interesting. This is the Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation. This is also now pushed between 11 countries, and all of them are Central Asian countries. Next. Again the same, huh? So it is fight for our lands, for the resources that our lands have. It is for the markets that Asia and Pacific provide to the world. We alone, China alone is 1.5 billion. India is 1.3 billion, maybe more. I'm talking 2-3 years back, I forgot to take. So almost 2.5 billion just in this region of the 8 billion that we are now. Next please. Another very critical area, I'm not trying to show you everything that they are after, just some of the most critical ones that they are after. These are 17 rare earth elements which are critical for the production of the most expensive, the most advanced technologies that we are now using. And they include these hybrid cars which run on electricity as well as oil. We talk about the smartphones, the LEDs, and defense. And when you see where they are, a majority of them are in China. 95% of them are in China, the rare earth metals. And then in other parts, a lot of it in Brazil, but a majority with China and a majority with Asia. And this is one of the most critical fights that we will see in the coming years. Next please. And so then they need a defense mechanism. And I will not go into any details here, just give you the names. I think it's important to know the names of the military defense systems that the Americans have really pushed into Asia Pacific specifically. I'm sure there are other parts of the world, especially Latin America, which is also, and Africa, one cannot forget Africa, that they're pushing similar systems, but lack of time and my lack of knowledge of all the other areas made me focus on Asia. But this is NATO. Everybody knows NATO. I don't think there's anybody who does not know what NATO is anymore. This is the North American Treaty, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has 13 members, all G7, no, not all, minus Japan. But they move around anytime, anywhere they want. They were sitting in Afghanistan for almost 20 years. What was NATO doing in Afghanistan? And then they were there originally to defend Europe from this monster called communism, according to them. And so, not at all, no more. It's now all about Russia. And I don't know how much time I've got left. Please go forward quickly. AUKUS and Quad are again two very critical engagements. These include US, of course, UK, Australia, India, and then 3 of them. So it's all about fighting China. It's fighting another imperialist beast versus the US. Next, please. And so this is the kind of machinery they have. We call them military industrial complexes, and there is a lot of data on this, but I will not go into it. Next, please. And then we have this, right? This is the accumulation This is what we were talking about earlier here. Next, please. In the end, when we talk about where is this coming from, imperialism gives birth to countries like ours, like Pakistan, like India, like Indonesia, Philippines, where our governments are nothing but, I call them commercial agents, they are nothing but food polishers to the imperialist nations, and that is why we have a whole range of crises, from economic to food to environment to climate imperialism to the health crisis. I did not talk about the pandemic. I think everybody knows very well. The pandemic, next please. The pandemic could be anything. It could be an environmental crisis disease, or it could be a biological weapon. I don't think we can summarize at this point what it is, but there are all kinds of news. The thing is, who got impacted? Irrespective of the fact what it was, who got impacted? Who got killed? So we see that if we just even look at the economic crisis, not the others, we see that the corporations, the banks are investing in non-productive areas, which means that there is less and less work for workers. There is a lot of really low-paid service employment now being created, either through Uber or Panda or whatever. But real production is not happening anymore because the financial sector, the financial oligarchies are only investing to generate profits, not to generate work. And then look at this, the labor oligarchies. I think this is something, an internal enemy that we have to stand up and fight against, and that's why I put it here. It's not only just the outside, but the inside. How they corrupt the people who are meant to represent our rights and defend our livelihood. Next, please. So, and he talked about neoliberalism. And we all know that neoliberalism rests on three prongs of policies, on deregulation, privatization, trade liberalization. I think every worker must know these three policies, because these three policies are the finest tools that the imperialism has created to strangle us, right? And so all of this, whether we talk about climate imperialism or health pandemics, we know that the real culprits are the imperialist countries, the imperialist powers, and the elite in our countries, for whom we use a political, economic understanding by the category semi-feudal, semi-colonial country. Next. Okay, I just skipped this. Next. This is where we stand, right? It is up to us. We know the enemy. We know the tools the enemy uses. What is now left is for us to stand up and organize even more, to keep on organizing every inch of the global world, every inch where there are workers or peasants, women, youth. Every human being who is outside the elitist sector, which is only 1 to 2%, the rest is us. So no matter how big the enemy is, we are bigger. I think what is lacking is our willingness to understand that our problems are not based on local political factors, economic factors. The problem lies in imperialism. So keep our eyes on imperialism, try to unite, try to forego our small differences, our internal differences, and try to unite on the bigger picture and defeat the enemy. I thank everybody.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to Azra Saeed. Okay, I want to introduce our next keynote speaker. So Azra spoke on the multiple crises of imperialism. Next, on the trends and prospects of migration under the multiple crises. My good friend Camilo Perez Bustillo. He is the child of immigrants from Colombia and lived in Mexico for more than 20 years as a human rights activist. He's executive director of the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of the National Lawyers Guild, and is co-founder of Witness at the Border and of the International Tribunal of Conscience of People in Movement. Camilo also served as a judge for the International People's Tribunal on the Philippines in 2015 and as visiting professor of human rights and social justice at the College of Law of National Taiwan University. So I want to welcome Camilo Perez Bustillo, my good friend we met in Mexico at the gates of the DFMD in the Philippines, in El Paso, Reyes, and now here in Thailand. So welcome Camilo Perez Bustillo.
It's an enormous honor to be here. Eso es lo primero, el honor, el respeto y el reconocimiento. The humility, the recognition of all of the labor and work that this reflects. This beautiful weave, this quilt, this huipil that is present in front of us. So my salute in solidarity to IMA and to all of the organizations that are present here. We're not going to have time to share. I will speak in English, but sometimes I will be bilingual. We're not going to have time to share all of the presentation, but this is deliberate. On purpose, I made the presentation too long because I wanted to be able to share it with all of you. And I want it to be something that we can continue to dialogue about. I wanted to say a little bit about who I am, how I got here, and why I'm here, why we are sharing this journey together. I'm a people's lawyer and a law professor, but as was said, I'm also the child of migrants and the parent of migrants. I grew up, and I think we need a cheer here, in Jackson Heights, in Queens, in New York, in a Colombian migrant family. Jackson Heights presente. Que es la comunidad colombiana en el exilio en Estados Unidos, and I'm a child of that community. My parents were compelled to leave Colombia in 1947, which I would argue was the founding moment of the Cold War. Colombia es mi patria, Colombia es mi tierra. That is, en Colombia decimos, los pueblos decimos, the original peoples of Colombia say, this is, I'll say it in Spanish and then translate, nosotros somos de donde están nuestros muertos. We are from wherever our dead are present. That is our understanding from the original peoples of Colombia and of Latin America. So that's why I say Colombia is my homeland, but then I lived in Mexico, and my children were born and grew up there, and then they migrated to the US. So they have been living through what I lived growing up in New York. So that perspective, I mean, I'm a lawyer, I'm a human rights professor, that's relevant, but the most important thing is my origin as a migrant and my solidarity with all of you. Up until a few months ago, I lived in Taiwan, not far from here. My plane last night flew over Taipei and over Kaohsiung, and so I was thinking of my kasamas, my compas in Taiwan, among the migrant worker organizations in Taiwan fighting for justice, and I had the honor of standing with them and of trying with them to exchange and to build a communication around our common struggles, and to stand with the struggles of indigenous peoples in Taiwan and the process in Taiwan of transitional justice. So all of that is relevant as well, because one of the things I argue in this presentation, and we'll go through it in a moment, I'll just share some highlights, is that we have to think of struggles for migrant human rights as the struggles of collective transnational subjects of rights. Somos sujetos colectivos transnacionales de derechos, and what that brings us to is the affirmation, which is fundamental, which is that human rights have no borders, and that our fundamental demand is all rights for all without borders. Todos los derechos para todas y todos sin fronteras. This is reflected in 4 key strands in that weave, in that weaving that is present here through all of you. The National Lawyers Guild, which I have the honor of representing from the San Francisco Bay Area chapter, is the oldest people's lawyer organization in the U.S., founded in 1937. We are present here with you, our 5,000 members from throughout the U.S., chapters from coast to coast. Many of you are familiar with the work of the Guild, the Gremio Nacional de Abogados, Lawyers Guild, but we're also members of IADL, the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, and we have also participated closely with the International Association of People's Lawyers. All of those networks are present. I have that honor of speaking from them and for them. The second space is Witness at the Border, Testigos en la Frontera, which is also present. The websites are present, embedded, the links in the presentation. And that's why I have the honor of having come here, because I want to share with you our journey for justice, Peregrinaje por la Justicia, which begins at the eastern extreme of the U.S.-Mexico border on Friday. And so tomorrow I will be flying from here, from Bangkok to Brownsville, to share the power of this gathering and the force of your presence and solidarity. You will be at the border with us. IMA has honored us by becoming a partner in that journey, in that pilgrimage, which begins at Brownsville, Matamoros, at the eastern end of the border on December 2nd, 48 hours from now, and will conclude at San Diego, Tijuana, at the western end of the border on December 18th. Some of us might remember what December 18th means. International Migrants Day, el Día Internacional de las y los Migrantes. That's why we are concluding our journey on that day. Along the way, December 10th, el Día Internacional de los Derechos Humanos, the International Day of Human Rights, we will be in El Paso, Texas, where my brother Terry was present with us, representing IMA just a few years ago when I was working in El Paso. And let's remember that the hate, you see there, alto al odio racial, end racial hatred. El Paso is a crucial point in that arc of consciousness, because it was in El Paso, Texas, on August 3rd, 2019, that 23 people, almost all of them, of Mexican origin, were killed because they were Mexican in El Paso. And that has been forgotten. When people talk about mass shootings in the U.S., you don't hear about the El Paso massacre. I'm here to bring you that message too. We will be at the gates of Fort Bliss, one of the largest military bases in the U.S., on December 10th, observing International Human Rights Day, demanding that the migrant children that are being held in that military base be freed immediately. Please join us in that call at Fort Bliss. December 12th, El Día de la Virgen de Guadalupe. Many of you know the cult to the Virgin of Guadalupe in Mexico, in Latin America, one of the most powerful Catholic cults in the world. December 12th is a very important date of conversion and communion in our communities for those that identify with that spirit of faith. We will be on December 12th at Nogales, Nogales, Arizona, and Nogales, Sonora. Come with us too. And then December 18th at San Diego, Tijuana. I also want to salute, and in a moment I will share a couple of images. I want to salute and recognize all of you because I had the honor of hosting many of you. In fact, the first encounter I had with IMA was 2008 GFMD in Manila. That's when I first began to learn of the work of IMA in its current stage. 2008 in Manila. 2010 in Quito, Ecuador, at the World Social Forum on Migration, where we were present with Mireles International, that I salute also. I had the honor of being co-founder of Mireles. We were first in Ecuador, and then in Mexico City, and we had the honor of hosting many of you in Mexico City in response to the GFMD, the same as we did in 2008. And then in 2015, in New York City, in the streets of New York, in September, we had a session of another space that I represent, which is the International Tribunal of Conscience of Peoples in Movement. Tribunal Internacional de Conciencia de los Pueblos en Movimiento, which is also present here through me and my voice. A collective creation of that process with Mireles, with IMA, with the struggle against GFMD, with Puerto Vallarta in 2010, and then in the streets of New York on the first anniversary of the mass disappearance of the students of Ayotzinapa. The 43, do you remember the case of the 43? Please raise your hand. The case of the 43 in Mexico. Many of you stood with us, with Gabriela, with Bayan, with Aicher, with IMA, in the streets of New York, carrying the photographs of the 43 students at the hearing of the International Tribunal of Conscience dedicated to that case, but also to migrant struggles. And among other things, to another massacre, which we have to remember, which in 2010 shattered us as we were organizing the founding session of the International Tribunal of Conscience. Those of you who were there will remember. August 2010, San Fernando, the first massacre of continental dimensions of 72 migrants from 6 countries, from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Ecuador, and Brazil. Many of these countries are present here. And we stood and continue to stand for justice and an end to impunity in that case. These were migrants who were killed for being migrants, just like those of Mexican origin in El Paso were killed because, and they were targeted because they were of Mexican origin. Please stand with us. Please rise in struggle for justice in the case of San Fernando. Please stand with us. We will not forget San Fernando. And then there were the mass graves found months later in the same community of San Fernando. Over 300 migrants found in mass graves. That massacre has been forgotten by many, but I don't think it will be forgotten by you. Please continue to stand with us in that struggle. Since then, Mexico has become the place of persecution and repression and terror against migrants. Since then, Mexico has become, first under President Calderón, then Peña Nieto. This process began in 2006. And now, under López Obrador, and we hold him and his government accountable, and the Mexican military and the National Guard for what has become a regime of terror on Mexican territory against migrants in transit. The same policies the same processes of militarization, first in the name of the Cold War, those that drove my parents from Colombia, and the war that continues in Colombia today, where we're trying to push back the rock with a new progressive left government for the first time in Colombia's history. President Petro and Vice President Francia Marquez, who themselves, in the case of Francia Marquez, was displaced and persecuted because she was fighting for below, for human rights. Francia Marquez, the first Afro-Colombian vice president in our country's history, who honors us all. Please stand in solidarity with Colombia as well. Please stand. Please join us in defense of the current government in Colombia, which at any moment could be displaced by the same forces that the professor just shared with us in their Colombian and Latin American manifestation. And I know we need to close. I just want to go very quickly through the presentation, if I have like 5 minutes. Yeah. I want to start with Walter Benjamin. How many of you have read the work of Walter Benjamin? Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin, of Jewish origin, in Germany, in the 1930s, one of the leading literary scholars of his time, the companion, let's say, in artistic struggle of Bertolt Brecht. Yeah? Walter Benjamin and Brecht, you have to think of together. He ended up becoming stateless because of his Jewish origin in Germany, deprived of German citizenship, and died at the border between France and Spain because he was stateless, and they would not give him either an exit visa from France or an entry visit to Spain. At that time he wrote, the link is here, his theses on the philosophy of history. And he said the following: the traditions of the oppressed teach us that the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception, but the rule. Las tradiciones de los oprimidos, de las oprimidas, nos enseñan que el estado de emergencia en que vivimos no es la excepción, es la regla. That is the best description from a stateless person who died at the border because he was denied refuge and protection. That is the best description of our current dilemma and our current challenge and what we need to fight against. Walter Benjamin presente. We migrants from throughout the world, Pueblos en Movimiento, which is our collective creation from Mireles, from the tribunal, the concept of Pueblos en Movimiento, we break down the fragmentation between migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, exiles, displaced. We say we are all sujetos colectivos, transnacionales, de derechos sin fronteras. We are transnational subjects, collective subjects of rights, without borders. Todos los derechos para todas y todos sin fronteras. All rights for all, without borders. So let's start with Walter Benjamin. 2 minutes more, I promise. My migrant roots, let's continue again. You will have the presentation. I will make sure that all of you have it, and then we will make it a text, and if it's useful, we want to contribute that to the documents of this assembly. All rights for all, without borders. Everything that we do in terms of human rights is human rights from below, desde abajo, from the perspective of the victims of the global systems of domination, which my sister just introduced to us in her extraordinary opening presentation. From the perspective of the global South, including us, the global South within the global North, and putting always that which is marginal at the center and making that which is invisible visible. What we learned from Satyagraha. No, what we learned from Gandhi and from the movement in India. Let's continue. Pueblos en movimiento. We are collective subjects who have rights to self-determination, autonomy, and liberation. This includes our ancestral right as original peoples to freedom of movement, the right to migrate, which includes the right not to migrate, to remain, and it includes the right to refuge, asylum, sanctuary, hospitality, solidarity. Those are all rights as well. And we will not rest until these rights are fully recognized in each of our countries, in each of our regions, and throughout the world. This was begun in Ecuador, and that's why we met there in 2008 in the Ecuadorian Constitution. That was the process of a people's revolution there at that moment in Articles 40 and 42 of the Ecuadorian Constitution. It is not observed in practice. Ecuador is not fulfilling that right in practice. We need to hold Ecuador accountable. Remember, there were also 5 Ecuadorian victims in San Fernando, just like there were 4 Brazilian victims. 2 more things. Sorry. Continue. We can skip ahead. Let's continue. The world from the south. That is our world. That is our world. The world from the perspective of the global south. Continue. Continue. It's a system of 500 years. As far as we're concerned, I discovered in Taiwan that at the same time Spain was seeking to conquer Mexico, it was seeking to conquer Taiwan at the same moment. And there was a moment when Taiwan belonged to the Spanish colonial empire. Yeah? So that's how close our connections are. And of course, that's why my kasamas from Philippines and we have so much in common, because we had 300 years of Spanish colonialism in convergence, and the galleons from Puerto Vallarta, right? From Acapulco all the way. Okay. Continue. It's a global racial empire. It's global racial capitalism. I think we have to think about that. Ruth Wilson Gilmore, the work of those, Angela Davis, Critical Resistance, and many others who have shared this perspective with us. Walter Rodney, Kevin Anderson, Ngugi wa Thiong'o from Kenya, Stuart Hall, Aníbal Castijano from Peru, etc. This is the decolonial perspective. What are we about? Decolonizing international law, decolonizing human rights, and transforming existing states, because the current structure of states no nos sirve, does not serve our rights. Again, from the south, all of the indigenous peoples, one planet, many names, un mundo donde quepan muchos mundos. Nuestras hermanas y hermanos zapatistas en Chiapas, presente. Continue. And 3 forms of violence: state violence, structural violence, and systemic violence. And we have to make sure we fight against all 3. That's what radical intersectionality means. And then to conclude, let's go all the way to the end. Sorry, we'll continue to go forward. I wanted to show you the map of the border and the journey for justice and so on, just so you can picture it. We'll start over here, and we'll conclude over there at San Diego, Tijuana. You can trace the route along the border. 3,000 kilometers, the caravan begins Saturday, early Saturday. Let's continue. These are the migrant routes, the primary migrant routes through Mexico. Again, you will have this for reference, and our dialogue will continue. And then the route of the migrant caravans. Many of us met in Mexico City again in 2018, receiving the migrant caravan at the World Social Forum on Migration. Many of you were at Casa de los Amigos with us, where we had a session, a hearing of the tribunal, Don Antonio and others, compas. Indigenous peoples in Latin America, because you cannot speak of migrant rights and migrant struggles in our region without speaking of indigenous peoples and putting the rights of indigenous peoples at the center of our reflection, of our engagement, and of our commitment. Continue. We can skip ahead. I just want to show you that book if you're interested. This is a very interesting book in Spanish. It hasn't been translated. It's the founding volume of decolonial studies in Latin America. The coloniality of knowledge. These are the indigenous dimensions of the U.S.-Mexico border. All the indigenous peoples that are divided by the border, which is, of course, global. Because all of the existing nation states, as our sister also reminded us, are products of colonial domination and imposition. And all of them need to be transformed. Continue. The Lakota perspective, the Quechua perspective, or Quichua perspective. And then, let's skip ahead, and we will end. This is what root causes is all about. Many of you have heard about the issue of root causes. Let's continue. What are borders? The border is a wall, a bridge, a window, and a mirror. The wall is what we're up against, what divides us, but it's also a bridge. It's a window. The border is a space that enables us to see things that we would not see otherwise. The border is a mirror. Un espejo. The border is a space that reflects who we are. And what does that say about us when we look in the mirror? The smoky mirror of the Mexica. The border as a prophetic space, literally and metaphorically, because it puts that which is marginal at the center and it makes what is invisible visible. Finally, what are we fighting against? Let's just continue a little bit further. Migrant genocide. I'll say it very quickly. When we speak of San Fernando, when we speak of El Paso, when we speak of the deaths in the Mediterranean and the Aegean, when we talk about what's happening in East Asia at the peripheries of Australia, we are speaking of migrant genocide. We need to use the term. We need to embrace that framework and make it explicit. Migrant genocide. Continue. Sorry, more to the end. Need to decolonize sovereignty, borders, and nation states. Okay, 5 things we need to think about. What are the elements of the machinery of death of migration policies throughout the world that we need to identify, reflect, and act against? Securitization. Ever since 2001, 9/11, it has been transforming migration policies explicitly into a tool and instrument of national security and supporting everything else to the supposed imperatives of national security. Militarization of borders, criminalization of migrants, and of migrant and border communities. Not just of migrants, generically, but of our families and our communities, especially at the border. And, next, the externalization and regionalization or outsourcing of these policies, which makes Mexico the principal implementer of the most repressive aspects of U.S. policy, and then sucesivamente, like a chain, like a domino effect, Guatemala repressing, and then El Salvador repressing, and then Honduras repressing, and then we wake up and the U.S. border is at the border of the Darien, El Tapón del Darien, between Colombia and Panama. That's where the U.S. border is today. That's what we're talking about. And obviously the Aegean, the Mediterranean, Libya, Turkey, Morocco, etc. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Candidates, for your discussion. It's very strong business. And
Sorry.
before we call our next speaker, we would like to send information to our friends in the post. All the material will be sent by email, so make sure that you give the right email to the Secretariat. And also, please share the photo by scan these QR codes about email here. And we will call the third speaker is Robert Reid from the New Zealand. He is the president of the First Union for 13,000 members. He was the Union General Secretary before retiring in 2017. Robert also has several other positions in New Zealand and trade union worldwide. From 1992 to 1997, Robert worked for Thailand-based Asia-Pacific Worker Solidarity News and supported the growth of genuine and progressive unionism, including immigrant organizations. Thank you.
Ina mana, ina waka, ina reo, ina rangatira mar. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Kai Whakahari First Union, ko Robert Reid taku ingoa. My name is Robert Reid, and I'm the president of First Union in Aotearoa, New Zealand. My ancestors were migrants. They travelled to Aotearoa, New Zealand from Scotland and Cornwall in the late 1980s and early 1990s. However, I've greeted you in the language of the indigenous people of Aotearoa in Te Reo Māori. What I said was to the authorities, to the many gathered of all languages, to the gathered chiefs, greetings, 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 greetings to you all. It is a privilege and somewhat of a surprise to have been invited to be a keynote speaker today. You'll find as I speak that I'm not an orator, I'm not a professor. I've been a worker and then a worker representative. And I often joke with my professor friends, who I have quite a few of, that they can only speak in 50 minutes. I can only speak in 10 minutes, because after that everybody leaves the smoker room and goes back to work. So, it's wonderful to be back in my second home of Bangkok that I worked out of from 1992 to 1997 for a group called the Asia Pacific Worker Solidarity Links, and shout out to the Korean group who is still here and is still active today. APWSL supported the growing movement of genuine and progressive unions and migrant organizations across Asia and the Pacific. And at that time, many countries of Asia unions were either banned or very conservative or under the control of employers and governments. It was the Kirisang Maya Uno from the Philippines that was the beacon for the movement of genuine trade unions at that time. And during that period, we also saw the formation of new centres across Asia Pacific, such as GFONT in Nepal, the HKCTU in Hong Kong, the KCTU in Korea, a number of new unions in Indonesia, new garment and free trade zone unions in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, where they had never been before, and reform movements within the larger unions of the metropolitan companies such as Japan, Malaysia, and also India, Pakistan, Australia and New Zealand. We worked with new migrant worker organisations in receiving countries such as Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, that assisted migrant organisations from sending countries such as the Philippines, Nepal and Bangladesh. We challenged the old conservative bloc of unions in the Asia-Pacific Regional Organisation of what was then called the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, which was still stuck in an anti-communist, Cold War, pro-employer mentality and refused to challenge many of the dictatorships that existed at that time, such as Marcos, Suharto, Park, or others that existed right across Asia. And although we were not completely successful, we created the space and provided support for many genuine and progressive trade union centres and migrant organisations to flourish throughout Asia Pacific, and this continues until this day. But today many of us young activists of the 1970s, 80s and 90s are now senior and almost establishment figures in our own unions, federations and in even some of the global unions. I would like to hope that this is a result of the union movement across Asia becoming more progressive, not for us becoming more conservative. The truth is probably halfway in between. But the fact that many of us oldies are nearing the end of our trade union activism means that we need a new generation of activists to continue the workers' resistance across Asia and globally. The resistance of workers is a very large topic, and it is hard to know the best way to address it. My starting point is that established unions and migrant organisations can make common cause to build the overall resistance of workers against a system that oppresses local and migrant workers alike. A system that is heading us into another world war, and a system that is doing very little to prevent the devastation of the earth through human-induced climate change. Of course, in any discussion of the resistance of workers, we must go back to see how the modern working class actually was created. As a trade unionist, I find many younger workers assume that there's always been the internet, that we've always had cell phones, Facebook and other platforms. So if they are surprised by that, then that is not the case. They are even more surprised to learn that the world has not always had this current economic system that we have, which is controlled by the global monopoly and finance capitalists who expropriate and exploit the working class. As we hear more about what's often called the Industrial Revolution 3.0 or 4.0 today, we need to educate ourselves and our younger friends on the original Industrial Revolution in Europe and how it accelerated the creation of the working class. Now, before that, the feudal lords were overthrown by the emerging capitalists. How the clearances saw hundreds of thousands of peasants, including my ancestors, thrown off their land and ending up as part of the newly created working class and then migrating to other parts of the world. And then, of course, this process led to the brutal colonization of the globe, including Asia, including Africa, including the Americas, by the emerging capitalist power. England, in this part of the world, England colonized the Indian subcontinent, Burma, Malaya, Australia, New Zealand, most of the Pacific. The French did the same in Indochina. The Dutch did the same in Indonesia. The Spanish in the Philippines. Germany and Portugal got a few bits and pieces around the edges. And the so-called Opium Wars, where the Europeans tried to subjugate China. And this saw waves of migration and the impoverished waves of migration as the impoverished working class became migrants to the New World, and the settler colonies of the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa were born. It is understanding this, it shows us why workers under capitalism will always be in resistance. Why capitalism and imperialism has continued to keep more than 2/3 of the world's population in a feudal or semi-feudal state, and why this system of uneven development has seen such a massive growth in migrant workers today. Migrant workers who are trained in semi-feudal countries who do not have any national industrialization policies to be the skilled yet cheap exploited workers in the industrialized north or even the partly industrialized world. This leaves the south or sending countries who are struggling to build national democracy and industrialization in their countries, losing a large part of their trained workforce to the already industrialized countries, leaving behind a malformed and globally dependent economies. Capitalism itself keeps moving and evolving, and since the 1980s we have seen it evolve into its new neoliberal financial capitalism framework, which has attempted to pull down barriers and recolonize the world for the wealth of a few. This recolonization of the world has been opposed by many worker movements in the so-called developed and developed world, the North, and it has also fomented and created divisions between workers from the North and South. Because of the initial colonization and plunder of the South over the years, workers in the North, the industrialized countries, were able to achieve wages and conditions that workers in the South probably could only dream of. Engels used the term labour aristocracy to refer to those workers. However, the neoliberal capitalist revolution of the 1980s led to the reintroduction of so-called free trade, where well-paid workers in the North saw their factories close and found themselves joining unemployment queues, while the factories reopened in the South with super exploited workers. And this is one of the difficulties, I think, as a trade union movement that we are trying to find at the moment. How can we still protect our members in the North? Protection has actually become an ugly word. That's something we don't do. But that is why we exist. We are there to protect our people. But if in that protection, unfortunately, there is often a stream of racism, of anti-migrant outlook from our own members of unions in the North. And our challenge is, how do we deal with that at the same time as trying to bring migrant and migrant workers together with trade unions in the northern countries? It means that in some cases where unions or political groups have called for, if you like, open borders, their membership has actually revolted on them and turned into a fascist, even racist organisation. So our challenge is that very fine line of how to be at one with migrant workers, but on the other hand, not to ensure or to do the work and to do the education amongst our own members to make sure that they don't have that sort of racist or even neo-fascist view. So that brings me to the question of how we build the solidarity. How can migrant workers organise themselves within the host or receiving countries? We often debate at meetings such as this whether migrant workers should have their own organisations or join local trade unions in the receiving countries. The answer, of course, both, if possible. And this is somewhat a tactical answer given the huge differences in employment and labour law in various receiving countries. In some countries, the law actually prevents migrant workers from even joining local trade unions. I guess I'm lucky that in my country and in some others, The law allows migrant workers to join unions, and my own union is taking step after step to ensure that migrant workers are joining our union. We are working with them, so much so that the new General Secretary of our union is now a Filipino migrant worker now living in New Zealand. It is my view that it is an imperative that migrant workers organise though as migrant workers in their host countries. But I believe that migrant workers and local unions should do their utmost to include migrant workers as well in those local unions. This does a number of things. It gives greater protection to migrant workers. It helps local workers understand that migrant workers are workers just like them, with the same aspirations, the same things that they're wanting to achieve in their lives. And it builds a solidarity and understanding between local and migrant workers. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, many independent migrant workers organise in their own right. However, my union, First Union, has established a union network for migrants, UNIMIG, an Indian Workers Association. A koho, or a meeting place for Pacific Island workers. We've got our sister group, and offers associate and full member and participation for migrant workers. As I said earlier, workers, including migrant workers, are oppressed and exploited by the capitalist system under which we live. But workers, including migrant workers, are all seeking a better life. In my view, trade unions must also offer the prospect for local and migrant workers alike for a better and more prosperous life and more prosperous future. Although we have to, on a daily basis, fight to resist, we also need to enjoy the fruits of our struggle. We must be guided by the principles, I think, of the great Asian worker and peasant leader Mao Zedong in this regard, who said to us, be concerned with the welfare of the masses and serve the people. For me, there is no use. Agitation only doesn't feed the belly. We have to do it, but we also actually have to look at the very needs that our own members and migrant workers have in order that we can truly serve them and serve the people. So, the resistance of workers is not confined solely to agitation and strike action, and we must address all of those needs of migrant workers. For us in our country, that includes issues of adequate housing, adequate health, education, vocational training. For migrant workers especially, this includes family contact, permanent residency, if we can get that for our members, and other citizens' rights. It is combining our resistance together with achieving palpable results for workers, including migrant workers, that will win them to our side and build the solidarity between workers of all countries. The road may be long and tortuous, but the future is bright. Kia kaha, stand firm. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Reed of the First Union in New Zealand. A big round of applause to all three of our keynote speakers, Azra Saeed on the multiple crises of imperialism, Camilo Perez Bustillo on the prospects and terms of migration under the multiple crisis, and Robert Reed on the solidarity and resistance of workers. We're going to come back in a minute. Think of your questions for these three keynote speakers. We're going to have a short Q&A after a short coffee break. You want to go grab some coffee. There are some vegan options for snacks. Come back in 5-10 minutes at most, and we'll have a short Q&A. Think of your questions, and we'll be back in a minute. Thank you. And we'll have all of the presentations electronically provided to all of you if you registered and provided your contact information. Just 10 minutes for the break, okay? We'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Check. 1, 2, check. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Okay.
we'll start with the third one and go backwards. I don't think we are necessarily exceptionalist in Aotearoa, New Zealand. You're quite right, is that often the biggest impediments to unionisation of migrants or getting migrants involved are, of course, big companies and big corporations themselves, and also government laws which prevent workers joining unions. In a funny way, in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we, when the big neoliberal experiment came in the 1980s and 1990s, it basically took away all of our labour law that said what you could do, what you couldn't do, and basically just said you can do what you like and hope that unions would just go away. So I guess we were able to form ourselves in the way that we wanted to form ourselves without necessarily the straitjacket of how the state defined what a union should be and shouldn't be. And also, I guess we had the history of two things. One is the internal migration of the indigenous Maori, rural-based Maori into the city to be the workers in the first sort of factories that the settler colony set up. Then we had the phase of immigration from the Pacific Islands, places you may never have heard of, like Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, except if you like rugby league, and Samoa is very good at rugby league. And we were able, because of that, we operated both for those workers, both within the union and semi-autonomously themselves of having their own structures, were able to be involved in that work. So when our next phase of immigration came, which was sort of more the immigration from mostly from Asia, there were sort of already that way of doing things in our minds, and so there was no law to say that migrant workers couldn't belong to a union, and so of course we just welcomed them, and I guess have really sort of built on the initial work with Indigenous people, then with Pacific people, to get organisations of migrant workers going. It's not perfect by any means, and I guess our biggest challenge is, and again I talked about that fine line, and we talked about sort of open borders, which in theory one way, yes, I agree with, on the other way, how does a local working class respond to that? And so New Zealand is very lucky. We could say we have open borders, but there's a bloody big ocean all around us, and so it doesn't necessarily become an issue. But so, so I think those are the reasons, and what could other host countries do? A couple of Canadians were talking to me before, and probably wrongly, we always think of Canada as a great liberal country, probably only because we compare it to the US. It seems that perhaps we are doing even some more things than they are doing. But the key thing for me is that unions are organisations of workers, organisations of the working class, organised in workplaces to protect and expand their interests, and there is no other, there is no outsider. It's all workers together, and that's what we need to do.
Do you want to go to the next question? Okay. So the question is, can we win? And my immediate response is yes. but I will qualify that yes. I came straight from an assembly of small and landless peasants in my country, and the question of imperialism was discussed there in great detail. There was a panel on resistance, so I will speak for the workers. One of the peasants who was asked to speak about resistance and how do we get back, he highlighted, he said, nothing can be built without workers. So whether you make bullets, you make tanks, you make jets, you make a simple cup, it's all done by workers. And that is where our hope lies. The masses are the workers and the peasants. So it's not easy. I will not say it's going to happen like that. It will not. It does take constant, detailed work 24/7. As I know, many of us in this room literally end up working 24/7, not of course literally because we cannot work 24/7, but most of our waking moments are there to organize. The key is organize. We cannot win without organizing our people, the women, the workers, the youth, the elderly, everybody. I am an elderly now. I've been, I found it quite nice, at the airport. I really could get through and be very nasty, and people just thought she has white hair, it's okay. So nobody should be out of the ambit of organizing. And it's very difficult work because the imperialists know they are corrupt. They are corrupt in practice, in spirit, in every way they can be. And they try and corrupt us. And it is unfortunate that many of us do go on to the other side. That is, I think our struggle is not against the imperialists. Our struggle is to organize ourselves. That's where those of us who work on the ground, we work with peasants or women or youth, we find that the most difficult thing is to capture the minds of our workers. It's so easy for those imperialists to come and throw money in our communities. Pakistan just had a very bad, what we call climate imperialist event. And they are throwing money left and right. And the people we have organized over years, they can slip so easily. And so the work is political. It has to be very, very political. It has to be a continued cycle of not giving up hope. Do not give up hope. I think Nissan pointed that out. And I appreciate that symptom. We are there to fight, to resist, and to win. And we will win. But the question is, how politically organized are we? And that is the biggest challenge, of course. But the material conditions are such that they are in our favor now. For the first time in my living memory, the conditions are now very, very conducive to our kind of work. People are in pain, are in extreme pain. And so this is the time to capture them, to come to the realization that imperialism has to be brought down, and it is up to us now. How willing are we to give our lives and our every breathing moment in the conquest that we must have to liberate ourselves and our people? Thank you.
Well, I'm so honored to be with these great teachers that we have been hearing from, that I have learned so much from, and from the movements and the reflections that they represent. I wanted to say, I think we chanted it at the beginning when we were having the ceremony and the opening. The phrase in Spanish is "si se puede," that came out of the United Farm Workers movement of Cesar Chavez, that was begun by Filipino workers in the San Joaquin Valley, and then workers of Mexican origin. Those of you who might not know the history, it was Filipino-Latino Alliance that gave birth to that movement. Cesar Chavez became the symbol, and Dolores Huerta, and so on. But Obama later turned it into, a communications,
mechanism, right, for publicity for his campaign, but it came from Spanish. Si se puede, yes, we can. But I think it's very concrete. I also think that there's an origin to all of this. Many of you may, like me, share an admiration for Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci. He has a phrase that I think many of us know, and let's think about this. He wrote this from a prison cell under Mussolini in his prison notebooks, like Mumia now, right? Or Leonard Peltier and many others. He said, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. No? But it's like this is based on material conditions. He said this at the worst moment, the darkest moment of fascism in Italy. Of course, today we have Giorgia Meloni, right? and Matteo Salvini and everything we know about what's going on in Italy and, you know, the migrant genocide that Italy is complicit and participating in through them. But we also know that, you know, history goes both ways, right? History goes both ways, and I think Gramsci will be more remembered than Mussolini. Right? So, I mean, Mussolini might have put him in jail, but Gramsci's thought, I think, will win. I also think it's very concrete. This isn't idealism. The organization Miredes International exists. For 12 years, it exists as a global organization primarily based in Latin America of migrants and peoples in movement. Alternatives exist. The International Tribunal of Conscience that I shared with you was founded in Mexico City at the darkest moment, the San Fernando massacre, and we exist. We continue. We persist against all odds without any funding from anybody except those of us who participate. Witness at the Border that is helping organize this Journey for Justice, this pilgrimage for justice that begins Friday that I have the honor to be part of. So again, all of us can point to examples like that, like the work that we've heard described as to New Zealand or Pakistan or other spaces of struggle. The Zapatista movement I alluded to, which to me continues to be an important referent in all of this, since 2003, it will soon be 20 years, the Zapatista movement has built indigenous autonomy on the ground, despite the mobilization of 100,000 Mexican troops all around it throughout that period. So, si se puede. Haiti. What I didn't have time, Haiti was actually very present in my presentation, but I want to acknowledge that absence, and I want to bring Haiti back to the center of the table. I had the honor of participating. This is another, again, concrete expression of optimism of the will, si se puede. We founded in Cartagena, Colombia, the homeland of my mother, in 2016, the Foro sobre Migración Haitiana en las Américas, the Forum on Haitian Migration in the Americas, which was the idea of a Haitian academic based in Bogotá, who was beginning to see what was happening in Darien with the mass movement of Haitians and Venezolanos and Venezolanas. So that was a Haitian initiative, and then we met in Miami, and then we met in Tijuana. It's currently based in Bogotá. I have the honor of being part of that effort as well, and we've been working with the Haiti Action Committee in the Bay Area and with the Haitian Bridge Alliance in San Diego, Tijuana, Gerline Joseph, that many of you may know. So for me, why is it important? I mean, why? Let's think of it this way. From a Latin American perspective, why should we stand with Haiti? And then I would just extend that globally. But let's start from my perspective, a Latin American perspective. Without Haiti, Latin America would never have been free of Spanish colonialism. It was the solidarity of Haiti that made that possible. It was the example of Haiti with financing, with arms, with training, that made Bolivar's struggle possible. Look it up. Look it up when Bolivar was in exile. The letter from Jamaica could have been called Letter from Haiti, right? If you look carefully at the history. The other thing is those of us who think about human rights, I don't want to get into an academic thing, but just I think it's worth mentioning. One of the things we try to teach from a critical perspective about human rights, and this is really important, the origin of human rights as a concept is not French and is not European and is not Western. The origin of universal human rights came from the enslaved people of African descent in Haiti who rose up to break their chains. It was the machetes of Haiti that freed all of us and created the concept of universal human rights. It was only after the Haitian Revolution began that the French National Assembly, during the French Revolution, recognized universal rights and abolished slavery. That was the contribution of Haitian machetes and struggle. The other thing that I didn't mention, but it's grounded materially in praxis, in revolutionary praxis of the Haitian people and everywhere else who have risen up against slavery and colonialism in Africa, in Asia, in the Middle East, in Latin America, in the Asia-Pacific region, everywhere around the world, is the most fundamental human rights are the rights to resistance and rebellion. The origin of human rights is not Western or European. It is the gift of the Haitian people to the world. And the most fundamental rights are the right to resistance and rebellion. We start from there. That is what gives us hope. Ernst Bloch, another German philosopher, contemporary with Benjamin, like Hannah Arendt, all of them were expelled, all of them were deprived of their citizenship, all of them driven into exile, those who were able to survive. Ernst Bloch wrote about the idea of hope as the fundamental horizon of history. And he grounded that in Marxist thinking that took a theological turn. We have in Latin America and around the world liberation theology. It's the same perspective. The horizon is hope, and hope is built on resistance and rebellion, and we can do it, and we will because of all of you. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a huge round of applause to all three of our keynote speakers, Camilo, Azra, and Robert. And I want to call on Eni Lastari, the chairperson of IMA, to give them a gift for the three speakers for setting the tone for our host assembly. The resistance of workers and solidarity, the fact that we can win, as Azra said, and the hope that Camilo and hopefully all of you are inspired by. So thank you very much, Camilo. Camilo's headed to the border of US-Mexico tomorrow morning. Azra and Robert from New Zealand and Pakistan, thank you for joining us. So, yeah, we'll take a quick group photo, but thank you all again for joining us and providing the keynote speeches today. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the speaker, and let's continue to our next program. We will call the moderator because she will facilitate the next panel discussion on economic issues. We will call Sheila Tebia, the spokesperson of ASEAN Migrant Coordinating Body in Hong Kong, and also one leader of the Gabriela in Hong Kong. So welcome Sheila to be moderate this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you String and Terry. May I call on our first set of panel speakers, Peter Chua, Manuel Hidalgo, Joanna Concepcion, and Yohani Tong. Okay. Good day, everyone. Again, I'm Sheila Tebia from Asian Migrants Coordinating Body, Hong Kong based, and I'm your moderator on this first panel discussion. It's been a while we didn't see each other, so I'm happy to see familiar faces across the globe. Okay, I need to slow down. Okay? You feel my nervous? Okay, I'm so excited. That's IMA. Okay? So the pandemic impacted all of us, not only our health, but most especially our movements. But we're here today, still alive and fighting. So everyone, can you tap the shoulder of your comrade besides you and say, the people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Yeah.
Unido, jamás será vencido.
Yeah.
Pueblo unido, jamás será vencido.
Yeah, so that's the spirit of IMA. Okay, but a friendly reminder to all of us, please stay negative from COVID-19, okay? But be positive on our goal. Okay, I will remove this one. This one is so annoying. Okay? Okay, so, but please be positive in our goal to strengthen the migrant movements globally. Okay? So in this panel, we will share different issues, struggle, and lessons from the campaign in different countries. So we have 4 speakers, handsome and beautiful, lovely ladies, okay, and boys, and they will present 10 minutes each. So ladies and gentlemen, if you hear this ice cream bell, I'm not selling ice cream, but it means you only have 2 minutes. Okay, and you need to wrap up your presentation. So after the presentation, we will have the open forum. So everyone, we encourage you to ask questions. So there's open mic there in the middle. So if you want also to share your experience about economic issues in your country and what are the lessons from your struggles to solve the problem, please feel free to share later. So now let's meet our first panel of speakers in the 5th IMA General Assembly. So our first speaker is a researcher and works collaboratively with various peoples, organizations, and alliances in the U.S. and internationally to advance transformative solutions. So with the National Alliance for Filipino Concern, he helped authored ang ating kalagayan or our situation, the social and economic profile of U.S. Filipinos. He also co-authored the Resisting Homeland Security, Organizing Against Unjust Removals of U.S. Filipinos report. So he is Professor Emeritus of Sociology at San Jose State University, USA. Please welcome Professor Peter Chua. Our second speaker is an economist, a union advisor, Peruvian, 71 years old, not so old, okay. Lived 46 years in Chile and 5 years in Argentina. So social and political activist, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist for 51 years. So he has participated in worldwide networks against neoliberal globalization since 1994. Okay? Then, since 1997, he has been active in migrant organizations. He is the founder of the Association for the Latin America Integration, or APILA, then in Chile in 1998, and a co-founder of Miredes International in 2005. So since 2018, he is a member of the Coordinatora Nacional de Inmigrantes in Chile and currently international officer. So, and then from 2018, he is a member of the ICB of IMA. Representing Latin America and the Caribbean, please, a round of applause to Mr. Manuel Hidalgo. Okay, so you meet our two, I will say, beautiful.
These beautiful ladies.
Okay. No, this handsome gentleman, okay? But our next set of speakers is two lovely young women. Yeah? Okay, so our third speaker was born and raised in the Philippines. She migrated to the US and graduated from the University of California with a bachelor's in feminist studies and philosophy. So she previously served as the executive director of the Filipino Migrant Center in Southern California. So the chairperson of Migrante International, none other than Miss Joanna Concepcion. See, she's so beautiful. And another beautiful young lady, and last but not the least, our last speaker is the Community Relations Officer in the Mission for Migrant Workers based in Hong Kong. So she graduated from the Hong Kong University with a Bachelor of Social Work degree. She has been active in social movements around Hong Kong issues and social welfare, rights to housing, and land justice since she was a student. Okay, she's still like a student. Okay, being a registered social worker, she has been involved in migrant serving and empowering work, as well as a social and policy advocate around protection of migrant workers community for over 5 years. Please meet Ms. Yohanitong. Okay, so without further ado, I know you are excited to hear their presentations and strategies and learn something on their experiences. So without further ado, let's give the floor to our first speaker to share with us the economic struggles in destination countries, none other than Professor Peter Chua.
Sorry, I'm going to do a lot of quick slides here. So thank you for inviting me to be here. My talk will center around a brief overview of anti-imperialist analysis of economic struggles of international migrants and refugees in workplaces and communities. This talk provides some notable points from high-income destination countries that attracts migrants and refugees because these countries create false impressions that they offer viable routes for economic advance. In recent years, migrants, workers in destination countries saw a decline in their real income by working harder and longer hours without appropriate increases in pay. Exploitative bosses aggravate the exploitation of these workers by demanding more from them. There is increasing cases of wage theft with employers failing to pay their workers legally, such as for overtime, and willfully violating wage laws. There are increasing cases of workplace repression, limiting migrant rights to organize unions and fight for their collective interests. Governments of destination countries support the intensifying exploitations of migrants by not providing them, enforcing wage and labor laws, and by continuing the practice of rounding up, detaining, and deporting migrant workers. While this promotes fear, migrants continue to struggle against repressive states, their surveillance practices, and their treatment of migrants as criminals. The government threat promotes conditions for employers to further exploit and take advantage of migrant workers. Violent acts of anti-migrant hate become more visible. Also, the economic policies of destination countries impact negatively on migrant workers. Worsening crisis of stagflation results in the deepening job insecurities and increasing the cost of living. All this impacts negatively on families and the living conditions of migrant workers. All these points raised so far have been worsened due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Big corporate employers use the pandemic to make more profit. They expect and require low-wage migrants to continue to work without providing adequate hazard pay and social distancing. Here, migrants in the fields, shops, food outlets, warehouses, facilities, quarantine centers, and homes of others during the height of pandemic, while others are able to stay at home and hold virtual work meetings. These migrant workers risk their lives as employers provide them with limited protection. Given worker shortages, employers seek out migrants as low-wage and disposable labor in the pandemic economy. In some countries, international college students serve as the added pool of migrant workers to be employed in low-wage service jobs. Moreover, governments took steps to withdraw protection of sacrificial migrants, emphasizing the need for business as usual. While many health officials emphasize the need for protocols to protect health and other service workers, governments tend to side with employers, not requiring, for example, routine testing, protective gear, and vaccination, not providing proper workplace ventilation and cleaning materials, and not protecting workers from infection. More can be said about how governments inadequately protect working class communities or migrants in detention centers from the savage ravages of the pandemic. Refugees and asylum seekers from African nations face labor market barriers and strict employment bans from many European countries. The welcome sign for these refugees has been disappearing. For instance, the German government has been seeking to enact stricter removal and more efficient deportation practices for these refugees. Yet at the same time, Ukrainians who fled due to the 2022 war were granted full labor market access in Germany and attained asylum swifter. In another example, asylum seekers entering the southern US border, many from Central American countries, were expelled quickly, citing public health dangers due to the pandemic. Yet the US continued to permit quote-unquote essential travel across the borders for certain agricultural workers. Recently, some US governors started efforts to bus undocumented migrants to other states in the US, making their lives worse, and of course impacting services to be provided to these migrants. The economic situation is deteriorating due to the neoliberal policies of big companies, governments, and international schemes. These policies make more dire the conditions of migrant workers and refugees. For migrants, they work overseas to send remittances back to their home countries. With the crisis, remittances sent declined due to the hours cut and jobs lost. So the families face greater difficulties to survive with the rising prices, with new expenses related to COVID-19 and less remittances. For companies, they adopted more flexible schemes in hiring and tasking migrant workers. That means there is a greater reliance on part-time labor. They restructured their operations due to the extreme crisis to minimize profit losses. Migrants were hired to work more in person with the worst work schedules and inadequate compensation. They are assigned to work in riskier jobs. While formal recruitment of migrants slowed down at the start of the pandemic, businesses implemented the first fired, last hired policy for migrants, particularly for temporary guest workers, as well as traffic workers, and the continued reliance on agency recruitment and training to ensure the return to business as usual. So you can see here, just as a sort of interesting take of UN continue. More and more migrant workers and refugees in destination countries are confronting the broken system of forced and state-controlled migration. They are taking steps to organize and forge stronger unities with various nationalities in destination countries and the working class of host countries. Migrant workers, refugee rights under attack. What do? Rise up, fight back.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Professor Peter. Sorry for using this ice cream bell. I'm not selling again, but okay, thank you for sharing and a better understanding on the issues and struggle in receiving country of migrant workers like US. So please, everyone, if you have questions in your mind about each topics, just take note and you'll be given a chance to ask later. So our next speaker will share about how does migrant workers in Latin America cope with the impacts of the crisis on migrant workers and the rise of precarious and informal employment of migrants. So let's welcome Manuel Hidalgo from Miredes International Latin America.
Thank you very much. Hello? Okay. I'm going to speak in English because most of the audience is English speakers. And I will do my best English. The crisis of neoliberal globalization increases the informality and precariousness of migrant work. Migration and capitalism. Labor migration and the exploitation of migrants have been integral to the birth and development of capitalism, whether as slave labor, contract labor, or free migration. Migrant labor was instrumental to the birth and development of capitalism. Three major drivers of forced migration. Labor demands for capital development versus demography. B, uneven development, overaccumulation of wealth and in the advanced capitalist countries, impoverishment of colonies and neo-colonies. C, wars that destroyed the material basis of employment and survival in the affected countries. The formation of capitalism as a world system gives rise in correspondence to a world labor force, a growing fraction of which is in perennial availability for migration, in principle according to the requirements of capitalist accumulation as a global migrant labor force, whose mobility is subject of the permanent attempt of restriction, channeling, or direction by virtue of those requirements. Neoliberal globalization and forced migrations. This is an asymmetric globalization because barriers to free movement and goods and capital are removed, but not to the persons, not to the workers. We have two classes of migration: a regulated, selective, and restricted migration segment, and another segment of irregular migration, invisible migrant workers. Forced migration is a mechanism to precarious and make labor markets more flexible, reduce wages and labor standards. One of the pillars of neoliberal globalization is this mechanism. The global labor market to make the competitive advantage of cheap labor. One of a middle of this scheme is remittances and labor export policies, which are escalating. In 2020, remittances reached the figure of 702 billion of US dollars, trillions in English speaking. In 2000, only $128 billion. Migrants in 2020 are estimated in 281 million. In 2000, it was 173 million of migrants. The other migration business are strengthened: financial intermediation, human smuggling, and trafficking. Let's talk now about the crisis of neoliberal globalization. It begins in 2001 and is still going at the present. It begins with the synchronic recession of central capitalism in 2001 and the fall of the Twin Towers. The fracture of the Anglo-American power bloc initiates a veiled war within it. The American Yankee fraction from the Federal Reserve and the US Treasury unleashed the international crisis 2007-2009. Central capitalism sinks into recession. The dynamism of the world economy is bifurcated. In 2016, a US trade and technology war with China began, giving way to a trend towards deglobalization. In 2020, the fraction of financial globalism unleashed the pandemic to paralyze and subdue by fear of the world population. They feel They failed in this attempt. So in 2022, they promote NATO's war in Ukraine to prevent the energy integration of Germany and the European Union with Russia and China. Global hybrid war between NATO and the multipolar ASEAN bloc. In 2022, a new global recession begins with inflation. That hits workers' jobs and wages, and it dramatically exacerbates the situation of the most impoverished popular sectors, among them migrants. After the partial and temporary reversal of migratory flows due to the pandemic, migratory exodus will intensify in 2021 and continue to rise in 2022. The war in Ukraine generates the largest refugee emergency since 1945. Irregular immigration and the criminalization of immigration, racism, and xenophobia are on the rise. The extreme right worldwide advances using as a scapegoat the crisis, the restrictions on public services, the extension of organized criminal networks, the crisis of city insecurity. Migrants are the culpables of this. Migrant workers in 2019-2020. In 2020, there were an estimated 281 million migrants worldwide, almost two-thirds of whom were migrant workers. This figure is still a very low percentage of the world's population, only 3.6%. In 2019, there were around 169 million migrant workers in the world. With regard to the global population of international migrants of working age, age 15 over and over, 245.6 million, migrant workers accounted for 68.8%. This rate of participation. In 2019, 67% of migrant workers are estimated population of 113.9 million resided in high-income countries. Another 49 million of migrants, 29%, live in a middle income in countries, and 6.1 million, only 3.6%, in low-income countries. Between 2030 and 2019, high-income countries experiences a decline in migrant workers from 7.3 percentage points, from 74% to 67.4%, while upper middle income countries saw an increase of 7 and 8% points, from 11.7% to 19%. Over the same period, in migrant to low or lower middle income countries has begun declining from 13.6% to 13.1%. The closure of borders of the global north redirects flows to new regional destinations within the global south. Intra-regional migration is growing in all continents. Maybe I can pass this to talk about the impacts of the crisis on migrant workers. Before the pandemic, lower-skilled migrants were paid low wages and benefits and denied regular status and union rights, even when performing jobs that were often dirty, dangerous, and demanding. In addition to facing job insecurity, migrants were also frequently excluded from social protection. the health and economic crisis that have since deepened have exacerbated the plight of the world's migrant workers. On the one hand, many migrant workers were suddenly pushed into a situation of extreme health and economic insecurity due to the closure of the activities in which they worked, such as domestic work, and began to work in the streets, facing risks to their health and lives. Informal commerce in the streets is deputed by mafias and repressed by the policy. On the other hand, many salaried migrants were laid off from work or are projected to lose their jobs in areas such as construction or commerce. Huge portions of world population are, and not just poor countries, are the mercy of diverse systems of care and increasingly based on migrant laborers. In the US, it is estimated that nearly 70% of migrant workers work in critical infrastructure sectors compared to 65% of native-born workers, according to the Center of Migration Studies based in census data from 2018. Other data available from 2050 and 2016 in the United States indicate that 30.2% of physicians and 60.4% of nurses were foreign-born. Informal work grows in developing countries. Informal development has been growing in a rapid pace during 2020-2022 after heavy losses recorded in 2020. ILO, International Labour Organization, estimates of global trends in informal employment shows that between 2005 and 2019, formal employment grew faster than informal employment, leading to a gradual reduction in the informal employment rate by 5 percentage points. Disproportionate impact of the pandemic on informal employment led to a further reduction in a share of informal employment. In 2021, this trend reversed dramatically, and informal employment growth fully recovered from the losses experienced in 2020, while employment did not. Moreover, by 2022, informal jobs are estimated to be growing at the same rate as formal jobs, jeopardizing the slow but steady trends toward formalization observed over the past 15 years. This global trend is driven by low and lower middle income countries. This is informal of Work Monitor past October 2022. In Latin America, informal work, about a half of human employment was in the informal sector, whose productivity accounted for only 30% of aggregate productivity and 20% of formal sector productivity. There is a widening gap between the productivity of the informal and informal sectors in 8 countries of the region and the high wage gap between the 2 sectors. The weight of structural heterogeneity magnified the effects of the succession of crises, and especially that caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In the first quarters of 2020, the health crisis had noticeable effects of the region's labor markets, and informal workers were particularly affected. The later and unprecedented situation since the other episodes of crisis is generally happened that when formal employment fell, informal jobs began to play a counter-cyclical role and their level increased. During the COVID-19 pandemic, however, informal employment did not serve as a refugee or alternative for people who lose their salaried jobs to access employment. This drop in access to informal job affected young people, lower skilled workers, and women the most. This is migrant work in Latin America, and maybe we can talk about the digital platform and informal and precarious work. During the pandemic for both global platforms and some local platforms has been a very important source of employment due to the need to to reduce personal contacts and maintain the distribution of essential goods. However, this reality has highlighted the need for social protection for these workers. It is a highly precarious form of work characterized by jobs and income instability, a significant proportion of unpaid time, long working hours, absence of social and labor protection, as well as lack of options for dialogue and representation. In the case of workers of digital platforms of global execution tasks, a regulation that has the corresponding scope is required. As for the regulation of work on digital platforms or local execution tasks, there is not single optimal solution. And too many migrants workers are occupied now and employed in digital platform, and this is among migrants, the proportion of platform workers who declare that they perform this work as the only available option is usually higher than in the case of nationals exercising the same activity. There are is a very high proportion of immigrants is observed among workers on local execution platform, and we have figures that there is a highest funding from venture capital and other investment sources in digital work platforms by region and platform. All in these figures of 1999 to 2020. And the finalization, the total finding in all platforms of distribution is 37,045 millions of dollars in 164 platforms in 47 countries. And there is an investigation about how is this type of work in several regions of the world. We have to strengthen the organization and the defense of this type of workers, because are one of the most newest form of precarization and flexibilization of labor of migrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. I know 10 minutes is not enough for our panel of speakers, but we need to give more time to Q&A. So, before we proceed to our next of speakers, we would like to check if you're still with us. Are you still with us? So, I will ask Manuel to teach us a chanting in Spanish. Okay, can you teach us a chanting in Spanish, like how to say the migrants united will never be defeated?
Migrantes unidos jamás serán vencidos.
Okay.
Migrantes unidos jamás serán vencidos.
I think our friends and comrades at the back is not chanting. Can we hear them? Chant in Spanish.
Unidos jamás serán vencidos. Unidos jamás serán vencidos.
Okay, if you don't want to call your name later, so please bear with us. Okay, so we heard our two gentlemen speakers from USA, Peter Chua, and of course from Latin America, Manuel Hidalgo. So now let's hear another inspiring experience of struggle and how our fellow migrants build support and fought back. So let's welcome our third speakers to tackle about economic struggles in the origin countries. So let's have Joanna Concepcion, the chairperson of Migrante International.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. Can you all hear me? Is it loud? Okay. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. I hope the slides are up. So if we review the economic struggles highlighted by protests in migrant-sending countries from 2018, the year of the previous IMA assembly, to the present, we can cluster these into 5 themes. First, higher taxes and debt. This is the case with Lebanon in 2019, with the imposition of taxes on WhatsApp calls and other activities, and other austerity measures amidst government ineffectiveness with regards to infrastructure, electricity, water, and even garbage collection. In Colombia, in 2019, a national strike was held against proposed pension cuts and other tax reforms. In Ghana, in 2021, protests targeted new taxes on electronic transactions and other activities. Meanwhile, countries are faced with mounting debt that people and future generations will be burdened with paying for. According to Ibon International, Africa's debt burden stands at about $760 billion. Governments, domestic and foreign borrowing have been geared towards more infrastructural projects such as roads, bridges, stadiums, rails, and highways that only benefit big corporations instead of healthcare, education, agriculture, or job creation for the masses of people. Second, rising prices and cost of oil, food, and other basic commodities and services. This was seen in Chile in 2019 in the face of subway fare increases that also increased the bus fares. The biggest protests in Panama's recent history were held this year, where thousands of Panamanians protested against increasing fuel costs by almost 50%. The high unemployment rate amidst widespread corruption and unemployment in their country. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, this year saw the first price hike in subsidized fuel in many years, also igniting protests amidst general inflation. So countless families are going into debt, unable to afford the cost of living. By the end of 2021, the United Nations and UNICEF reported that hungry people in the Asia-Pacific region increased by more than 50 million people, amounting to 375 million in total. That's almost half of the 828 million starving people across the globe. Third is the government's failed pandemic response coupled with people's economic hardships. In Lebanon in 2020, protests continued, this time taking on the issue of the government's lack of financial assistance to the poor amidst the lockdowns. Throughout many countries, various sectors of society, from the workers, peasants, healthcare workers, teachers, small to medium business owners, continue to demand financial aid from their governments, who have only provided limited and insufficient amounts and even implemented budget cuts to financial aid programs and social assistance programs that could help vulnerable workers and their families to recover. Fourth, are wages and jobs. Workers are challenging neoliberal policies that make work contractual. They are demanding sustainable and decent work, higher wages to ensure their families' basic needs are met at a time when there is rising inflation and the value of their wages are lowering. They're also fighting for increased regulations to ensure their protection and safety. In the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2021, teachers held strikes against low salaries and moves to increase the retirement age. So governments might paint a picture of recovery with declining unemployment rates, but these are deceiving when there are still significant numbers of people who are unemployed or underemployed. And what kind of jobs are mostly being created? Part-time, less working hours, low wages, irregular, where many still face job insecurity. In the Philippines, Ibon Foundation estimates that 20.1 million or 42.4% of jobs as of July 2022 are outright informal work, made up of domestic help, those employed in small family farms or businesses, self-employed and unpaid family workers. Additionally, workers are organizing mass actions against the systematic repression of their rights to organize, form or belong to unions or associations, and participate in collective bargaining agreements. They are threatened, harassed, jailed, and some labor leaders even killed. Fifth is agriculture. Some of the most memorable protests in recent years were held by farmers in India in 2020. The protests opposed laws that would deregulate the agricultural sector and went hand in hand with protests against the privatization of coal, oil, and other state firms and natural resources. Peasants and farm workers are fighting for genuine agrarian reform and rural development and rising against land and resource grabbing and landlessness and the destruction of local production and livelihoods of farmers. These struggles reflect what many progressive observers of the world economy have been saying. One, that the world has not yet recovered from the 2007 to 2008 global financial economic crisis, and neoliberal economic policies continue to be implemented by governments. Two, that the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened and made more visible the economic crisis of the global capitalist system. Third, that many migrant-sending countries without a strong industrial and agricultural base continue to be beset by landlessness, joblessness, poverty, and hunger. And fourth, that despite increasing repression and human rights violations, the people of the world will not take these attacks on their lives sitting down. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when millions of migrant workers were displaced, lost their livelihood, the deployment of migrant workers decreased. However, now we are seeing migrant-sending countries and governments aiming to aggressively continue and enhance programs for labor export, exploring new labor markets to sell cheap, flexible, and temporary labor in order to profit from the remittances sent by migrants and pay for their growing debt. Sending governments such as India and the Philippines are now signing new bilateral agreements to deploy nurses and other healthcare workers to countries such as Germany, UK, and Saudi Arabia, even while the conditions of healthcare workers and the public healthcare system in our countries are still dire. While others are deployed to jobs in construction, manufacturing, hospitality, and service. So business, as usual, continues as governments are developing schemes to charge migrant workers with mandatory fees related to processing their employment overseas that supposedly employers are supposed to pay, but in reality, migrant workers have carried the burden of paying. Providing social protection for migrant workers have also become privatized, where governments are transferring the responsibility and accountability to private recruitment agencies and employers of migrant workers. And during the pandemic, we have witnessed the detrimental impact this has had on displaced and distressed migrant workers, especially for millions of stranded migrants, both land and sea-based, where extreme delay of assistance and negligence on the part of governments have cost many lives. These mounting excessive fees are essentially a form of extortion. Governments weakening enforcement and the deregulation of recruitment and employment agencies, including other deployment-related businesses such as lending companies, insurance companies, training centers, who have found new ways to charge other forms of fees to migrant workers, has led and will continue to lead to further exploitation and the erosion of the rights of migrant workers. We have long asserted that forced migration is not the solution to economic development, but it is a symptom of underdevelopment in sending countries, we must continue to expose and challenge the structural root causes of underdevelopment that is driving forced migration and that has placed migrants in vulnerable situations where their human rights, dignity are violated. We must advance our movements fighting for national sovereignty in our countries that would liberate workers and migrants from commodification and exploitation and put an end to forced migration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Indeed, until governments will not address the poverty, the massive unemployment, thousands and thousands, millions and millions of people will be forced to leave their family and work overseas. So, are you hungry now after our three speakers? Yes, I know everyone is hungry to fight back for those capitalist and imperialist countries that exploit us. So we will continue our panel discussions. Okay, so now we are down to our last speaker. We will have Yohani Tong of Mission for Migrant Workers to share with us on the importance of service organizations programs in the movement building. Miss Yohani Tong.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yeah. So today I'll be going to share the importance of service organizations or programs in movement buildings. So I'll give first a brief background on the situation in Hong Kong. So there are over 350,000 of migrant domestic workers in Hong Kong, and this is approximately 5% of the whole population. The population has decreased since COVID. So we have already lost around 60,000 of migrant domestic workers populations since COVID-19. So most of them are from the Philippines, Indonesia, and a small numbers, just 1 to 2% from other Southeast Asian countries. As our previous speakers also shared about what is forced migration, and most of them is also forced to work overseas in Hong Kong due to unemployment.
Excuse me, honey, you can make
slow.
it slow.
Okay. So, on the problems of forced migration and systematic violence of migrant workers, which I believe the previous speakers also explained, as a service organization, it is important for us to recognize the problem of forced migration as a systematic issue, but not an individual problem. We have to be aware and to address the systematic problems which make the workers more vulnerable and lack of support. So in Hong Kong particularly, we have mandatory lived-in policy which forced domestic workers to live with the employers. They are excluded from the minimum wage ordinance in Hong Kong. During COVID, most of the assistance program that's for locals, all of them, the migrant domestic workers are not included. So the migrant domestic workers, they are also explicitly restricted from many immigration restrictions. So they cannot take up other job types. The visa is connected or linked with their contracts. So once the contract is terminated, they have no rights to enjoy medical access, welfare, or nothing. Like they have no income, they cannot find other job. So there is a weak agency regulation as well, and all the migrant domestic workers is also one of the immigration restrictions that they are excluded to have the rights of applying for permanent residency in Hong Kong. So these we acknowledge this as the systematic exclusion and discriminations of migrants, and we as well acknowledge the well-being needs and welfare needs of these temporary migrants in Hong Kong. And as well, we acknowledge the needs of movement buildings. We believe that the migrant workers, they have to be aware of the situations under these systematic problems. That is why everyone is deserved to be assisted and be aware of their own situation, as many people is not aware of how how their situation is affected by the whole system when they come for help, seeking for help. So would like to go to our role in movement building. So when we provide services, services provision should be seen as an important component to ensure organizing and movement buildings. This is a support mechanism to legal welfare supports. We connect the migrant domestic workers who come and seek help to the mainstream services. We provide financially supports to organizations, to migrant workers, medical support, shelter supports, and skills development research supports. These are important as that can be done as an intervention, giving us a chance to engage to a larger community of grassroots migrants. And usually the workers will be, we can only intervene when there is a crisis. So we can intervene the crisis at the victims directly. And that is also for the organizing and the movements, as we, most of them who are assisted in our office through case guidance and shelter provisions, they are able to be taking up more trainings and education programs to strengthen them for the movements in organizing. So as we have done this, because there is a gap or that's limitations in the systems, as we mentioned about the policies, that made migrant domestic workers not able to be empowered to support their own community. For example, the temporary visa, the low working hours in the employer's house, especially in COVID-19, there's many of them are not guaranteed rest days. So there's some grassroots like migrant worker leaders, they have no rest days as well to organize or be with the members. So they have also lacked of financial support, or there's no full-time staff. So that is why service organizations' role is important as well in the movement. So what do we do exactly? So we provide direct services, including case guidance, outreach services, shelter, food assistance, emergency assistance, especially during COVID situations, there are many who are kicked out from the employer's house, who are not guaranteed rest days, or who ask for the rest days and being terminated. So we provide them with emergency supports. We do empowerments, and we provide trainings and educations. We train the workers to assist other workers. So we advocate as well for social inclusion and the policy changes, and we network with locals and international service providers and also grassroots organizations. So how do we do that? We provide the assistance and help the workers when the time of the need. Because as most of the workers, they come with a temporary visa, mainly for the income to support the families back home. They will have no time to come to us, discuss with us if they are busy supporting the family. So when we help them in the time of need, we lessen their vulnerability by supporting them with trainings, educations, and empowerment campaign, so that they can help themselves and others as well. So I want to give an examples of how do we do it with the case of Ariana. So many people is familiar of her case already. With her working 8 months in Hong Kong, she was abused and worked 20 hours a day, sleep in a storage only for 4 hours a day. She is provided limited food and water supply and not allowed to go to the washroom. She experienced physical assaults as punishments, as also the employer at last quietly sent her back to Indonesia. So yeah, with the case, we were able to connect with local grassroots organizations, the Indonesian organizations, immediately, and as well coordinate with the grassroots organizations back in the returning migrants in Indonesia. So we verified, we confirmed about the situations, we sent people to the hospital to look for the situations. And there is a regional collaboration and even cross-country work there. So as a service organizations, we have a role to ensure assistance and services being available. So we and Annie as well visit to Indonesia, went to Ariana's family and provide paralegal and legal assistance, explain to the family and to convince them that this case can be pursued. And so when Ariana returned to Hong Kong, we make sure the medical and the accommodation support is there. Yeah, so that is the collaborations of service providers, organizations with the grassroots migrants community and as well the others. Yeah, so even though the lead of the grassroots campaign and the movement is led by the grassroots migrants, but then as a service organizations, we are in good positions to appeal for support from the local communities, activists, churches, and other groups. Yeah, so that is, apart from that, there is a successful side of how our role is in the movement, but there's also limitations or challenges of service provisions, as the local society or like the people may not be agree on the need of migrants needed to be supported when it comes to challenging the systems. And most of the funding agency, they like to fund direct services. How professional are you? You know, like what are the license you have to provide services. So they may not focus on the empowerment side, but most of the time we do empowerment. So we have to balance that. And also to educate the people, like the local community, and have them be on our side. Like before, when we are in support of the campaign of wage increase, of the grassroots organizations, we are also being attacked. Like my friends found my face on the streets, like on the posters being placed in all the popular areas which people walked by. And so that is happening, and like they may discuss or attack you online and etc. So it's also important to educate as well the local society. And now we have see good developments with some good discussion supporting migrants when there is always a criticism or attack of migrants. There's some people who will comment and educate those people. So that is what we are all doing as well. So in conclusions, the service organizations should challenge the dominant view of the international like NGO. We should not be only a charity, but we challenge the systems and policies and empower. So it's important to establish a co-working relationship, or we have to even be part of the grassroots movements and to support the campaign. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yohani. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Yohani, for sharing the importance of advocacy work in... Okay, thank you. Okay, I think the mic doesn't want me now to speak. Okay, okay. So thank you, Yohani, for sharing the importance of advocacy work in support of the campaign of the grassroots movement. So now, friends, that's the end of the presentation of this panel on the economic issues. Thank you, Peter, Manuel, Joanna, and Yohani. So, but before we will open the floor for some questions, let me know, or let me ask, if you know any Thailand greetings or phrase or words, since you've been here since yesterday. No? Who wants to share? Dolores from Hong Kong said, Sawadika, what does mean? Thank you. Hello. Okay. I'm just checking if you're with me. Okay? So, okay, but thank you is saying kapun ka. If you are thanking women, but if you're thanking a man, you can say kapun kap. Okay, so that's the difference. See? Okay, so later, just mingle and learn different language. So, because some of the moderators later will also give a quiz. Yeah? Okay, so now let's open the floor for some questions. Okay. Can you tell your name, your organizations, please?
Kapinka. Mi nombre es Edgar Galeano, soy inmigrante ecuatoriano vivido en Italia, en Europa, desde hace 28 años. Fuimos la organización del Comitato Immigrati in Italia, que es fundadora de IMA en Europa, y después explicaré los problemas que tenemos en Europa con UNIFIL-Migrante, que son de los compañeros filipinos en Europa y también los tenemos en Italia. Quiero hacer una pregunta que sería una campaña de virar la tortilla. ¿Qué cosa significa virar la tortilla? Yo he escuchado a los compañeros que han explicado lo que está sucediendo con el proceso migratorio. Pero me parece que tenemos que virar la tortilla a la política hipócrita de los estados donde están los trabajadores migrantes. ¿Por qué hipócrita? Porque todos los países que reciben migración necesitan mano de obra. En Europa hay una infertilidad mental. Hay una castración mental. No se hacen más hijos en Europa. En los Estados Unidos hay un decrecimiento poblacional. Es decir, son países que, por ejemplo, 10 países tienen más del 50% de la población migrante. ¿Sí? Entonces, la pregunta es, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué, necesitando seres humanos, tienen una política migratoria hipócrita, de discriminación, de aislamiento? ¿Por qué? Porque el migrante tiene que entrar por la ventana, no tiene que entrar por la puerta, porque si entra por la puerta, tendremos que darle derechos laborales, reunificación familiar. Entonces la pregunta para nuestros compañeros es, ¿cómo viramos la tortilla para que esos países reconozcan a los trabajadores migrantes, reconozcan que necesitan seres humanos? Es decir, la pregunta, ayuden ustedes, compañeros que han disertado, a buscar los puntos para demostrar que la migración es un mercado mundial de mano de obra y que ellos necesitan de nosotros los trabajadores, y por esa razón ellos no nos dejan entrar a trabajar porque tiene que ser ilegal. Disculpen, ayer hubo una discusión, ilegal, irregular, todo lo que sea, para que así sea, como decía Manuel, mano de obra barata, para salvar el sistema capitalista de la crisis que tiene actualmente. Entonces, ayúdennos, compañeros, a dar los puntos para virar la tortilla, para que nosotros les denunciemos a ellos, que les hace falta mano de obra y que son hipócritas. Los Estados Unidos, los países europeos, necesitan de seres humanos. Doy un solo dato y no hablo más. Italia necesitará para los próximos 10 años 200,000 personas al año para cubrir la población que contribuye al Fondo Social para las jubilaciones de los italianos. Sin los trabajadores migrantes no va a haber jubilación. ¿Esto qué significa? Virar la tortilla. Que nosotros, en vez de sentirnos culpables de supuestamente entrar a trabajar, nos tienen que agradecer estos países, a todos los migrantes, porque les estamos salvando. Entonces, denos ustedes, compañeros, los puntos para virar la tortilla, así como se dice en México, como se dice en Sudamérica. Vamos a virar la tortilla y les vamos a poner a la defensiva a ellos. ¡Viva IMA! ¡Vivan los trabajadores migrantes! Y un fuerte aplauso a nuestra compañera Eni Lestari.
Okay.
Gracias.
Okay, gracias. So maybe Manuel can answer this question.
Sí, y voy a hablar en castellano. Y la respuesta ya la dieron los trabajadores en Estados Unidos cuando el 1 de mayo de 2006 organizaron un 1 de mayo sin migrantes. Nosotros tenemos que organizar un paro mundial, un paro continental en cada región del mundo para demostrar que sin migrantes, sin el trabajo de los migrantes, el mundo no funciona. Y tenemos que organizar la fuerza no solamente de los trabajadores migrantes, sino la unidad de la clase trabajadora para desarrollar la capacidad no solamente de resistir, sino de sublevarnos contra este orden mundial capitalista. Y nuestra forma de lucha siempre ha sido la huelga general. Tenemos que organizar, no solamente para el 1 de mayo o para el 18 de diciembre, nuestra capacidad de paralizar el funcionamiento del sistema. Nosotros tenemos que demostrarles a ellos que no tenemos miedo, que no vamos a caer en las maniobras para dividir a la clase trabajadora. Hay una consigna en castellano que dice, nativa o extranjera, la misma clase obrera. La misma clase obrera, nativa o extranjera, la misma clase obrera. Bueno, los trabajadores, hay un viejo luchador nuestro que decía, proletarios del mundo, trabajadoras y trabajadores del mundo unidos. Necesitamos unirnos y no solamente en las declaraciones o en la organización, tenemos que unirnos en la acción. Y solamente la lucha, la movilización directa, la acción directa de los trabajadores puede dar vuelta a esta situación. Y cuando ellos, efectivamente, ellos están construyendo un mundo para destruir la vida. No tienen siquiera, en los países que se llenaron de cosas, no se llenaron de afecto. Da pena. A mí, cuando conocí por primera vez el mundo desarrollado en 1983, fui a Francia y vi su esplendor material de París. Y después vi las calles de París sin niños. Y vi las familias francesas con perros y gatos, pero sin niños. Yo me dije, nosotros no seremos más ricos, somos más pobres, pero somos más sabios, más felices, más libres. Nosotros sabemos que sin familia, sin afecto, sin comunidad, la vida no es vida. Para nosotros, la vida es comunidad, la vida es afecto, la vida es celebrar la vida colectivamente. Y nosotros tenemos esa capacidad. Así que a la pregunta si podemos cambiar el mundo que hacían esta mañana los compañeros, tenemos que decir que sí, que por supuesto, que no vamos a permitir que maten la vida. Vamos a resistir por la vida, por nuestros pueblos, por nuestras comunidades. Y vamos a enseñarle, siguiendo recreando la vida, teniendo más niños y niñas, que son la siembra de la esperanza. Y a nuestros niños y niñas tenemos que enseñarles que estas fronteras que viven en nuestros pueblos son un invento de la esclavitud, son un invento de los colonizadores, son un invento. Nosotros tenemos que construir una sola humanidad en América Latina, tenemos que construir la ciudadanía latinoamericana y caribeña, y tenemos que hacerlo así en cada continente del mundo, y tenemos que avanzar hacia la ciudadanía universal. Nosotros tenemos que construir un mundo sin fronteras, ni en el corazón ni en la cabeza. Las fronteras primero se destruyen acá y acá. Tenemos que acabar con esas fronteras. Tenemos que destruir esas fronteras. Esa es la manera en que el 98% del mundo tiene que poder derrotar al 2% de la humanidad que concentra todos los privilegios y toda la riqueza. Avanzar con la unidad de los trabajadores migrantes y conquistar la unidad de todos nuestros pueblos para acabar con el mundo del capitalismo. Gracias, compañeros y compañeras.
Okay, thank you, Manuel. So, the questions, we can change the world, and the answer is, we need to organize ourselves and be united and fight back. Okay, so I know, friends, comrades, you still have so many questions, but it's been late, and I know you're already hungry. Don't worry, the Secretariat is providing us a very good Thai food for today. So, now, as we conclude the panel discussion on economic issues such as high taxes and debt crisis, rising costs of basic commodities, lack of social services, land and resource grabbing, destruction of local production and livelihood of peasants, rampant poverty, lack of employment, no self-industry, continuing neoliberal policies, these issues will strengthen the exploitation and oppression of the working class and ordinary people. So this assembly, with all migrants and supporters all over the world, is an evidence that when migrants speak, we will strengthen our movement across the globe, and we will build a new system without forced migration and commodification of migrants. Let's give a pipe bagsak to our panel of speakers. You know what is bagsak, right? Okay, let's give 5 bagsak to our panel of speakers. 1. Okay, long live international solidarity.
Long live.
Oh, they don't have
International solidarity.
International solidarity. Los migrantes unidos jamás será vencidos. The migrants united.
Okay.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you, Sheila, for moderating this session. Before we break for our lunch, we will give some announcement after lunch. So first, my friend Terry will give some announcements where after the lunch the
Adrian Sebastian with the Migrante Portland and the Filipino Bayanihan Center. So, Adrian.
Hello. Hola. Bonjour. Swatika. Apa kabar? Kamusta? Beautiful. Can I actually have the interpreters in the room stand up? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. We couldn't do this without you today. For our interpreters, we're going to do our best to speak slowly and clearly. But if you need us to slow down, please make this motion slow. And if everyone can practice slow. If we need to speak louder, let us know. Okay. All right. So, bellies are full, minds are open. We're going to get started for our next panel discussion today on political and social issues. Again, my name is Adrian Sebastian, and I am the U.S. chapter representative of the International Coordinating Body of IMA, and I am based in Portland, Oregon. So, in order for us to organize our resistance and build this broad, multi-sectoral, migrant, refugee, and displaced peoples mass movement, we must understand the historical context that has brought us to today and how the multiple crises caused by imperialism are manifesting now. So this panel really aims to deepen our understanding and analysis and also foster discussion about how political and social issues presented today are linked to forced migration and displacement, and why it is important for migrants and refugees to be involved in organizing around these issues. Explicitly, how U.S. imperialism is manufacturing disaster and creating crises that affect our communities. So, I am here with an esteemed panel of community organizers and leaders, and similar to earlier, we'll hear from them for 10 minutes, but instead of a bell, we have a tambourine drum. We'll do that, give you some markers of time, 2 minutes, when you have 2 minutes remaining. And then for questions and answers, we'll open it up, discussion. You have also 1 minute to ask a question because we are limited on time today. So keep it direct, clear, write it down as we're going through the panel today. And you know, you can come up to these amazing speakers all for the next 3 days. So without further ado, I will introduce our panelists. First, we will hear from Miki Shigeno, a Japanese migrant and community organizer with the Philippines-Australia Solidarity Association based in Melbourne, Australia. Woo! I'll introduce all of you first, but please. Sorry. Well, I'll introduce all of you. Okay. No, I love it. Next, we'll hear from Jess Rojas, a community organizer in the Greater Seattle area, organizing with the International Migrants Alliance in the U.S. and the Pacific Coast Coalition for Seafarers. Give it up for Jess. You want to stand too? For those in the back? Okay. And next, we'll hear from Jenny De La Rosa, organizer from the Collective of Ecuadorian Indigenous Immigrants in Brazil. Woo! And then last but not least, we'll hear from Emma Jackson, organizer with 350.org, a global climate justice organization, and board member of Alberta Workers Association for Research and Education, also known as AWARE. All right. So I know you all are on your phones. Don't forget to tag IMA in your pictures. And we'll just get started today. We'll hear from Miki.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'll be honest, I'm a little intimidated by everyone here because I'm just an electrician. But my name is Miki. I'm from PASA, which is an organization which allows non-Filipinos like me to join the struggle with the Filipino people for justice and genuine peace. We work with our partner organizations in the Philippines, like Bayan and Migrante. So I will be discussing the imperialist wars and aggression as causes for the refugee crisis and the forced displacement of peoples. So today we see the world divided between three imperialist nations. We have Russia, China, and the biggest of all, the United States of America. Therefore, the United States is the biggest threat to all of us right now. It has invaded the most countries, imposed the most sanctions, and has declared the most wars. Its wars against Russia and China are not fought on its own soil, but instead outside its gated community, where human lives are disposed of and traded for profit. For example, we have the genocide in Yemen, we have the apartheid in Palestine, we have the proxy wars in Ukraine and Syria, and right now we have 6 countries under US sanctions. And all of this ensures the dominance of the US through their puppet regimes to generate enormous profits. This sale of weapons to maintain these wars remind us that the imperialist economy cannot be sustained without war. Like parasites, the US and its baby imperialist countries like Australia capitalize on wars, create wars, and control the most resources to maintain its colonies and expand. But inside these imperialist countries, the social environment is decaying. Homelessness is increasing. Food and housing is becoming unaffordable. The funds for our health and education has declined severely because corporate politicians have prioritized war over people. So right now, the US and its allies in NATO are at war with Russia, and the US and its allies in Quad and AUKUS are at war with China. Now, Quad is the Asian NATO and is a big danger to us in the Asian and Indo-Pacific region. China has expanded its territories in the South China Sea, which has threatened the US. Their battle for hegemony has caused food shortages, inflation, and forced migration. China now controls passage from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, and we have seen a major increase in military operations and propaganda by both the US and China. We have seen this aggression in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And as always, it is the working class who has suffered the violence and the global impunity. And then we have AUKUS. AUKUS is a military alliance between Australia, the UK, and the United States. Under this pact, the US and the UK are providing Australia with nuclear-powered submarines and other weapons to use against China. And we all know what happens with nuclear warfare if we look at my home country, Japan. AUKUS is designed to maintain superiority and rising imperialist over rising imperialist China. The alliance has created fear and propaganda against China in the Western countries, which has led to, again, the working class suffering violent anti-Chinese and anti-Asian racism. So this is where our money is going, instead of services for the people. Our health and education are being sacrificed for weapons. Weapons manufactured by the exploited masses to kill the exploited masses. And when these weapons are used against the people, they risk their lives to flee to the same countries which are attacking them in the first place, like Australia. And what does Australia do to these refugees and asylum seekers? They throw these innocent people into camps and detention centers where they are abused, neglected, and left to die. The few who are released are left on their own and must rely on the community for help. Migrants suffer in similar ways. The threat of deportation and no access to basic services means that they are vulnerable to exploitation and domestic abuse. They are isolated from their families, overworked, and bullied just for being migrants. And actually, mental health issues and suicide is most common among migrants in Australia. So, violence creates refugees and asylum seekers who are forced into cages, and poverty and sanctions create forced migrants who are then exploited into modern slavery. While our oppressors are sitting in their ivory towers on top of our blood, our sweat, and our tears. The countries that fight for national liberation to free themselves from their oppressors are met with violent repression and cruel sanctions that are not highlighted by the world media. Even worse, the refugees that come from the sanctioned countries are treated worse than the refugees from countries which are supported by the US, like Ukraine. Imperialism is aggression. Aggression which stems from generating more profit, regardless of who is impacted. Us workers are just pawns to be used and slaughtered. We are forced to sacrifice our precious time and our precious lives for the ruling class in the name of democracy. Democracy. But we must always remember, it is we, the workers, who feed, clothe, and build this world. It is we who create our communities and give life to this world, while our oppressors destroy it. So it must be us who control and dictate our own lives, our own homes, and our own destiny. It must be us who free ourselves from our oppressors. But we cannot do this alone. Just like what we are doing here today, we must unite, we must organize, and we must keep fighting. Serve the people. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. We're going to learn many chants during this panel because you're going to take them back home and use them as you mobilize. So to wrap up Mickey's incredible talk, I'm going to teach you all a chant, and then you'll repeat it back. So it goes a little something like this. War and occupation will never bring liberation. Repeat after me. Will never bring liberation. Okay, practice one more time. War and occupation will never bring liberation. Okay, remember that one. We're going to come back to it. Is this okay? This voice? Okay. Next, we'll hear from Jess Rojas, a community organizer in the greater Seattle area who will speak to racism and xenophobia.
All right. Thank you, Mika. That was a great segue into our next conversation around racism and xenophobia as a feature of how our imperialist powers are really utilizing these two plagues to really oppress the workers and migrants globally. We see how racism is being used as a tool of the fascist ruling class to ensure that the superstructure stays intact and can advance imperialism. In the US, we see how the tools of racism and xenophobia are consistently used as weapons to further oppress Black, Indigenous people of color, migrants, and workers, and adjusting that tool over history to exclude, exploit, and oppress migrants globally. The social construct of race continues to plague the plight of migrants everywhere. We're going to do a short history lesson to understand how we got to where we're at. So the social construct of race was created by false scientists to classify the species of human beings to benefit the ruling class at the time. Colonizers who were conquering and dividing the lands between superpowers, which Spain, Britain, all the different superpowers at the time, in order to further profit based off of the resources of the land. And we see that still happening today. They were doing so under the guise of under their faith at the time and needed to come up with a reason for their violence to really ensure the advancement of society and profit as a whole. So in order to justify the mass genocide of indigenous people to these lands and the enslavement of human beings, the ruling class at the time needed to come up with a reason to strip the humanity of individuals by creating a social hierarchy. Pseudoscientist or false scientist Blumenbach in 1775 actually just studied the skulls found in different regions of the world to classify humans into categories that are still used today in the US and in some areas around the world. This identification really was created to create a hierarchy of races in order to create a fake way or artificial way of ensuring that certain classes would not gain access to resources, power, or money. The scientist himself said that this was fake, was purely created to place the Caucasian race that he found from the largest skull that must have been the most well-known, the smartest. He admitted that that was a fake classification. So the entire construct of race is fake, is a construct. And with that, we can define racism as power plus racial prejudice. but really utilizing this tool of the fascist ruling class to oppress workers and migrants globally. And by power, we're saying that's legitimate access to the systems within the superstructure as a whole. We see that racism and xenophobia continue to divide classes to allow the superstructure to prevail, in particular as a tactic of the fascist ruling class to create division among the working class as a whole, regardless of their race. Over time, we see how this tool has been used to strengthen the superpowers as society has progressed. One way has been to extract the greatest profits from migrants. For example, during the time of slavery in the US, by denying the humanity of black individuals and viewing them as property, this increased the profits of the landowners and allowed for continuation of slavery for years to come. In fact, even during the civil rights movement in the US, when society began to fight back on racism, it wasn't until Martin Luther King recognized poor people in the US were also experiencing the same struggles as black people under the superstructure and began the Poor People's Campaign that he was assassinated. Because racism is being used as a tool to support the increase of profits. And when you attack the superstructure is when there's consequences from the imperialist powers. Capitalism has used racism over time to use white power to exploit, displace, and deny human rights to migrants. We see this done by admitting and denying access to power to migrants as they were forced to migrate, or as a distraction of the home country's people from the main issues being waged. There's many examples of this within the US context. For example, the Chinese Exclusion Act, which was a federal law and was the first and only law to explicitly suspend immigration for a specific nationality. Most recently, under the Trump administration, he ran on a platform saying that migrants were taking our jobs and used xenophobic rhetoric in order to gain masses to be against migrants as a whole. Racism and xenophobia have also been used to justify the need for war, violence, and oppression, speaking to what Mika was just speaking to distract the people from the main policies, issues at play. Because we know that as a feature of imperialism, it is those in power, the ruling class, and monopoly capitalists that see war as profit. For example, in the Philippine-American War, there was caricatures showing the Filipino people as savages to justify why the US needed to go to war to save the Philippines. Or after World War II, when the US was going to bomb Japan, in order to vilify the Japanese, we created Japanese internment camps within the US to change the rhetoric within the United States. Or post 9/11, Islamophobia was rampant. We needed to come up with a reason to go to war in Iraq, to have access to oil. So coming up with Islamophobic rhetoric and using racism to further the tools of imperialist powers. Today, we're seeing how the vilifying of black and brown migrants coming into the US is being used to ensure the profits of the imperialists. We do this by denying legitimate access to citizenship in the US. Imperialist powers are ensuring that migrants have to pay more in taxes, are forced to work for lower wages without protections, and continue to exploit and oppress migrants. Understanding that without undocumented migrants in our countries, the most basic functions of our society wouldn't be met, but refuse to pay them a living wage. Xenophobia by instilling the notion that all migrants are foreign and unwelcome. We see our borders being blocked. We saw things such as during the COVID-19 pandemic of anti-Asian hate, assuming that all people of Asian descent were carrying the virus, and really vilifying instead of actually taking care of our people and addressing the pandemic at hand. We see deportations relying heavily on the profits of the rich. Our detention centers in the US are owned by capitalists, and detained are forced to work for extremely low wages to create goods for the corporations. We see criminalization. By criminalizing our immigrants, we continue, the detention centers are owned by those private companies profiting off of detaining the migrants, giving more reason for our federal government to detain more migrants and deport them from our country as a whole. And not recognizing that it was us that forced them to migrate to the US in the first place. We see how anti-Blackness is showing up between communities. And this is due to the system really giving access to a few higher wage earning migrants to continue to support the hierarchy of races and really supporting the vilification of Black individuals. Having Black and brown communities fight against one another instead of understanding that it's truly the imperialists that are the ones that are causing the oppression, regardless of what race the workers are. Lastly, we're seeing how racism and xenophobia have been exported around the world and are being used to reinforce the superstructure to ensure that imperialist powers continue to prevail. By vilifying migrants to the masses, entire populations are seen as underneath them and not worthy of having their basic rights preserved. Neoliberal policies, such as the labor export policy in the Philippines and other guest worker programs, are created to export labor from their underdeveloped countries in order to increase the profits of the imperialist nations. However, they deny the basic rights of workers and see trafficking, abuse, and exploitation of these workers globally. These policies are allowed and reinforced through racist and xenophobic rhetoric to justify the treatment of migrants globally and ensure greatest profits by the ruling classes in countries around the world. So racism and xenophobia will continue to be tools of the fascist ruling class to advance imperialism, specifically to exploit the labor of migrants globally, to increase the profits of the imperialists. And the only way we can end racism is by building an anti-imperialist alliance to confront the crises and fight imperialism as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess, for really bringing us back to the historical context about systemic racism and xenophobia and how it is really solidified in legislative policy to criminalize and scapegoat with the objective of dividing the working class, dividing migrant and refugee communities when we arrive in our destination countries and even in our home countries, how it has been exported. But like Miki said, it's workers and migrants that create the wealth of the world, no? It's us. Yeah? Yeah? And what is our role as an anti-imperialist organization but to expose and oppose military alliances and these legislative policies that are criminalizing us? And it's our historic role, right, to wage an anti-imperialist fight. So with that, what was the last chant we learned? War and occupation will never bring liberation. All right. We have 2 more speakers. I know it's after lunch. It's like the worst time for these panels, but stretch if you need to. Let's keep the energy going for these amazing speakers we have. We'll move to Jenny De La Rosa, organizer from the Collective of Ecuadorian Indigenous Immigrants in Brazil.
Muchísimas gracias. Me permitiré entonces hablar en español, un poquito despacio para que pueda ser traducido, y que la gran diversidad que hoy celebro y con la que quiero comenzar, porque es de las pocas oportunidades de ver tanta gente con tantas formas distintas de ser reunidas en un solo lugar. Y esto es maravilloso. Por otro lado, también decir que nos sentimos entre nosotros. Y esta es otra celebración que tenemos que hacer. Estamos aquí, un público migrante. Entonces estamos entre nosotros, somos los migrantes. Y hoy nos han dado voz. Y muchísimas gracias entonces a la Alianza de Migrantes Internacional por constituirse de esta manera, dejando a los migrantes ser los protagonistas. Bien. El tema que yo voy a hablar un poquito,
The theme that I'm going to talk about
que vivimos en Brasil y específicamente de la realidad que yo conozco, es fascismo, represión estatal y control fronterizo. Temas que se unen, y como las compañeras que ya me precedieron, y también debo celebrar una mesa toda de mujeres. Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, que es una mesa apenas de mujeres, y esto también es una conquista dentro de las migraciones. Bien, durante 4 años en Brasil, ¿no?, pasamos por un gobierno dictatorial, disfrazado de una democracia. Un gobierno que retiró gran parte de las conquistas sociales que durante más de 15 años el Brasil había estado construyendo, ¿no? En la ONU, este presidente, Bolsonaro, expresó 3 palabras fuertísimas, si mal usadas: Dios, patria y familia. Pero no lo hizo en el contexto del respeto del pluralismo religioso, o de lo que significan los territorios específicos, o tampoco de las múltiples formas en que conozcamos las familias. Lo hizo como referencia a Benito Mussolini, mayor fascista que hemos conocido en la historia política del mundo. Y esto significó entonces también claramente, ¿no?, una postura de desfavorecimiento
people that is educated, migrants that are educated, that are formed, that are organized, that have capacity. These are migrants that will fight for their rights, that they know that they are people, that they are equal, and that in the places wherever they can decide to live, for through the slavery of Africans, the colonization of Europe, for the migration of people from Asia, and the migration of people of indigenous aboriginal peoples in different parts of the world, and for different peoples that originated, who were forced to migrate from the place that they were born in because and leave their ancestral homes. Why do we say dictatorship? It's because they don't allow the voices of the opposition to be able to be heard, and so there is silence
have been transformed, turned by these governments that are dictatorships, for the hardship, for allowed free expression. They're going to say no to communication, real communication, and also they're going to use this information, and also using new technology. With the rise of new technology and the dominance of new technology, also means that they can be used, but they can also be allied with us, because it's through this through new technology that we can use different vehicles to be able to reach out to other migrants, so that they're not transformed into use they're not being used so easily. The other way that fascism it has expanded itself is Bolsonaro.
Y acabamos de ver el maravilloso eslogan que en esta mesa está siendo colocado. Las guerras no son libertad. La invasión no es libertad.
So
Armar a la
invasion
población
and war
no
is not liberty,
significa buscar la
it's not
paz.
freedom. And an
Significa
armed revolution
crecer
is
la
supposedly
xenofobia,
not to
crecer
fight
la
for
exclusión,
peace and justice.
el
It's only
odio
going to
por la
increase
diversidad. Eso significa el
exclusion. And so our weaponization is to increase is to divide people and not to increase liberties, but which is what weaponization is what Bolsonaro is using. Because of the poverty of the different countries, when they come to a new place, they are
altamente tecnificados, ellos sucumben. Sucumben al capitalismo,
so
sucumben al
so they
hiper-
because of the hardships that new migrants face when they come to a new place because of technology and other things, they often succumb to capitalism, to consume in a practical level, to do to sometimes do the easier way. So they often become oppressors to other migrants because of conditions of misery. And so a lot of them who might have gone through poverty, have gone through misery, but then they also bring other folks and go through the same thing. But the reason is that this is the only way that they understand how the migration system is, and so we need to be keeping in mind and be attentive and what it means, that what are the movements that are really helping to educate and politicize migrants, to really mobilize our migrant groups in a way that's not replicating this system, this capitalist system, and consumerist system and neoliberal system, because it can be easy to just submit. And also in a second part is the state repression. Now we have a government that's that doesn't accept criticism, and that it believes its position is the only one and that's perfect and that it's good. And it also uses a lot religion in a way to obtain more power, with a singular vision, and to generate not just fear among the populace, but also fear through religiosity, that whatever they say goes. And so generate they generate tutelage and the domination over somebody's mindset. And so the way what they say goes is the order of the day. And I'm here to say no to this type of disinformation, and say no to these different new forms of implementing fascism. Our journey is going to be long. It's not going to be an easy journey. Today, since the morning, I've seen a lot of different generations of younger folks who give me hope because it's going to be the youth that will continue the fight. But I've also seen many personality that have seen the death of other people, the death of their collectives, that have seen the loss of many people, marvelous people under capitalism. And so we need to pay attention and say no, and be conscious, and to educate the future generations so that they can end these cycles of miseries, the cycle of domination, the 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 cycle of oppression. In general, generally these capitalist countries, it's the migrants that are considered in these capitalist countries. The migrants are considered second-class citizens. There's no people working for years in different activities, and these countries of destination, they've been working, but they're not able to access it. But it's really important for these countries that we have our formation. What we want is dignity in our in being migrants, and we are in and what we mean to this country, that we are being. How do we transform ourselves and not no longer be second-class citizens by demanding our rights, so that these public officials are not just are just making promises in paper, but actually have to take action, so that because each one of us know that consciously that what are our rights. My comrade had just talked about the xenophobia, which is particularly particularly directed towards people who are not white. And we have to say and raise our voice, because in a lot of the different countries, like in the America, in the United States, that when we are subsumed in the structure of racism, then so the hegemony of this white supremacy is going to continue. And also need to pay attention to how the governments are using the budgets of the folks towards migration. So so many agencies are putting a lot of money for refugees, but the migrants, the workers, are left without any programs, because they are trying to give preference to certain refugees, because for them they are trying to commodify the different products of labor. And so for that reason, there is such a big difference between programs for migrant workers versus programs for refugees. And also I want to end by saying that I humbly represent for folks who are forced to migrate because of the devaluation of their land, and so that we want to make we want to organize with them to make sure to bring back the value in their lives, to be able to find the life that is dignified. They're not just looking for just a house, clothes, and a car. The question is more, for whom is this house? Why is it that we need to have shelter or transportation? This is really the more important questions and themes. And so in our migrant organizations and migrant movements, let's not become our own oppressors. So we need to pay attention, to be inclusive to everyone, and pay attention to saying no to being sold out to capitalism and be subsumed to capitalism easily. We need to have a movement that's conscious in our grassroots, that that we are all clear on why we're here, what we are representing, and that we are constantly galvanizing our bases and the grassroots, and so that they know, each of them, that we're not fascists and that we're not the authoritarian governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. How many of you are organizing against a fascist dictatorship or fascist regimes in your home countries or in your regions? Raise your hand. Yes, what Jenny's speaking to is very relevant to all of our organizing. We're seeing more right-wing fascist leaders and regimes installed into leadership to suppress the people's aspirations, the people's waging their respective social and national liberation struggles. But what Jenny is really saying is, while we are being censored, silenced, we are actually not silent. We are not voiceless. We know the solutions to our problems, and we're going to make noise, yeah? We're going to educate our communities, and we do it because we love our people. And so we must persist. So thank you, Jenny, for really highlighting how the rise of fascism, state repression, and border control. So please make sure to jot down your questions. We're going to do rapid fire round of questions after our next speaker. So without further ado, we're going to hear from Emma Jackson, organizer of 350.org, a climate justice organization, and AWARE. Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. I'm contemplating whether or not I should stand up I feel the post-lunch nap coming on, so okay. I want to start off by acknowledging what an honor it is to be here and to be on this panel of really badass women who I'm already learning so much from. It's really incredible to be here. So I thought that I would start off by just telling you a little bit about myself and my own sort of organizing background. So I was born and raised in Canada, and around the time that I was 17, I was going to university in a very small town on the east coast of Canada, in a province called New Brunswick. And in about my second or third year of university, there was a natural gas company that got a license to begin exploratory testing on a First Nation reserve about an hour outside of the community where my university was. They didn't have the consent of the Indigenous nation. They went in regardless, and eventually they had to bring in a militarized private police force, in part from the United States, in order to displace Indigenous land defenders on the Elsipogtog First Nation Reserve. And so when we think about climate justice and its intersections with migrant justice, we know that there are no borders in a lot of ways for multinational corporations. There are no borders for militarized police forces. There are borders for Indigenous people. There are borders for the working class around the world. And so that's the system that we're really fighting and having to resist against. We've talked a lot today about the fact that there is no migration crisis, right? It's manufactured. There is a crisis of capitalism, there's a crisis of imperialism, and climate change is one of those crises. It is a direct result of this capitalist system of exploitation. And even though we know that the global north, the countries in the global north are disproportionately culpable for the climate crisis, we also know that the billionaire capitalist class is disproportionately responsible for fueling the climate crisis. A billionaire's carbon footprint is 1 million times greater than the average person. And so, you know, we talk a lot about the culpability of the global north, and while that's true, we also need to get really, really precise at pointing at that billionaire class at the very, very top that is feeding this crisis that is displacing millions of people around the world. So climate disasters are now displacing around 25.3 million people annually. To put that into perspective, that's one person every 2 seconds that's being displaced as a result of the climate crisis. And that represents close to 86% of all internal displacements. So oftentimes we know that the climate crisis is fueling hunger, it's fueling poverty, it's fueling violent conflict. And when we kind of pull back the curtain, we can see that oftentimes it's these ecological crises that are in part to blame for this type of displacement. So in 2019, disasters were responsible for more than 70% of the 33.4 million newly displaced people. And by 2050, an estimated 143 million people will be displaced in just 3 regions alone, many of which are obviously represented here. So we're talking about Asia, Latin America, and Africa, and South Asia specifically. And while much of that displacement is happening internally, it's also fueling migration all around the world. And so entire nations, as we know, that have contributed the least to the climate crisis are being hit hardest. We're seeing that every single day. The climate crisis is not, you know, this future problem that we have to deal with. It's happening right here, right now. So at least 7.9 million people were displaced within Pakistan as a result of the mass flooding events that happened in 2022. About 58,000 people in Pakistan are still living in refugee camps as a result of that disaster. A 3-foot rise in sea level, it will put a fifth of the country of Bangladesh underwater. We're talking about entire island nations in the Pacific that are at risk of being, having their entire nation underwater within a matter of a decade as a result of climate change. We also know that really irregular precipitation throughout the dry corridor in Central America, so in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, has made this region one of the most impacted by climate change. There will be devastating droughts, followed by incredibly severe flooding. I'm saying all of this as someone from the global north. You know this. I said this to Marco. Many people in this room are living these effects firsthand. You're seeing them in your own communities. And so I want to talk a little bit about the responsibilities of the global north and these sort of newer nefarious problems that are happening as a result of climate change that we need to be incredibly conscious of. So we know that these same multinational corporations that control the global economy are the same corporations that are fueling the climate crisis and that are fueling forced migration. And right now, in the name of climate security, quote unquote, we're seeing the far right and liberal democracies use this as an excuse to call for the heightened securitization of borders. The climate crisis is being weaponized as a tool for greater border imperialism. So we have, the French far-right politician Marine Le Pen has said that borders are the environment's greatest ally. It is through them that we will save the planet. And this is a sentiment that's becoming increasingly common. We're seeing the rise of eco-fascism, right? This push to say we can't accept migrants, or that overpopulation, right? These incredibly racist narratives that overpopulation is driving the climate crisis, when we know that it's a handful of billionaires and the corporate elite, the global corporate elite that are fueling this crisis. And we also know that the elite are now weaponizing the climate crisis in order to create new disposable pools of labor. We're seeing new temporary foreign worker programs that are being created as people are being forced out of their homes, out of their communities, to say, oh, well, it's a climate mitigation strategy. I was talking to some people from Australia, beginning in April 2022, the new Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Program, which brings people from Pacific Island nations to come and allows Australian companies to recruit temporary migrant workers without having, any guarantee of citizenship, no pathways to citizenship, just temporary pools of disposable labor. And at the same time, we're seeing that temporary foreign workers, migrant workers, regardless of where they are globally, are being disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. You will see migrant agricultural workers throughout the United States, in California, being forced to harvest food while forest fires are descending in on them, right? And entire communities and cities that are being evacuated, and they're being told, you need to keep harvesting crops. In the province I'm from, in Alberta, we saw migrant caregivers, predominantly Filipino caregivers, who, when there was a wildfire in Fort McMurray, they were laid off, but they were tied to their employer. And so instead, they became a shock absorber for all of these families in the entire community, right? So they worked unpaid work for months at a time. They were dealing with this sort of emotional and psychological toll of a climate disaster, and yet it postponed their entire duration until they could apply for permanent residency. These are people, it's an entire class of workers that is being disproportionately impacted by this crisis, both in the global south, but also in destination countries, in host countries where they're working. We also have to be incredibly, incredibly critical of false solutions to the climate crisis that are going to continue to fuel forced migration. And so, we're seeing green extractivism, we're seeing lithium mining, we're seeing all of these projects that are, again, these forces that are propelling people, forcing people to migrate. We're seeing green land grabs, we're seeing false solutions like carbon offsets, carbon markets, which are taking land away from indigenous people, away from peasants, away from workers who rely on agriculture, and that is furthering this problem. And so all climate solutions are not held equal. We need to be incredibly critical about the ones that continue to prop up this extractive form of capitalism, and we have to resist at all costs the green capitalist solutions to the climate crisis. So a global problem like the climate crisis demands global solutions. The only solution to climate change is internationalist solidarity. We know that climate change cannot be solved without tearing down the global capitalist class, and that is a collective project that should unite us for the coming decades. Climate change, I believe, is also, it's tricky to say this, but it is in some ways an opportunity, I think, to reimagine and to rebuild a truly just and dignified world, one which can grant reparations to the global south for historic harms, one that dissolves borders and that redistributes wealth and power to the global working class. We also know that migrant racialized women are both on the front lines of the climate crisis, but both on the front lines as well of climate solutions. Migrant racialized women around the world are working in already low carbon sectors of the economy. And it's those sectors of the economy that we must invest in, that we must expand if we're gonna care for people and the planet. Healthcare, education, elder care, all of these sectors of the economy should be built out and should be at the forefront of a transformed global economy that truly values that work that is incredibly undervalued right now. We can and we must build a world where clean energy, food, water, housing, transport, care, and health are universally met without exception. Finally, I've learned so much while I've been here. I've learned so much while I've been organizing for migrant justice in recent years. And I think one thing that is a really powerful unifying force behind both the climate movement and the migrant justice movement is this idea of the freedom to stay. And I think when we hold on to that principle deeply within our movements, it means creating an incredibly hospitable world, one where we can stay where we are, one that guarantees the right to a clean air, clean water, and a thriving communities. And so I see that as really a principle that must unite our movements in tearing down this global corporate class that is holding us back from climate and migrant justice.
Thank you, Emma. Yes, annually, like you're saying, we're seeing increased intensity and frequency of these climate crises, and the figures that you presented, 1 person every 2 seconds being displaced, is huge. But the essence of what I'm also hearing you say is that recycling isn't going to save the planet. No, it is taking down imperialists and building international solidarity. So with that, we're going to do some rapid fire questions. We'll take 2 questions and comments from the floor. So please just line up here. Too long, I'm sorry. Don't have translation devices, they're still available outside.
Thank you very much. I'm Fajar from Malaysia, Indonesia, Tenaga Nita. I have a questions to everyone regarding refugees, but also to previous slide, one of the points where it was highlighted that UNHCR promotions of refugee as someone investors and someone who entrepreneurs, it was seen as something is problematic, I guess. I hope I get it right. So my questions, I'm trying to grasp and really try to understand in the wider context, why is that so? Because in our day-to-day work assisting refugee, we might be trapped into something short-sighted. We see issue as limited to livelihood, which is a pressing issue for the current refugee, especially refugee who are in a place where they don't have right to work at all. So those can be, I guess, I'm trying to understand whether I'm understand it correctly, whether it's really a problematic to see refugee, promoting refugee as someone who value of investment and also have skill and all those things. Because practically speaking, that's the daily struggle of people. But then I also trying to learn a point by looking at it from greater or wider view, where we consider what you call it the driving force of this, which is not trapping us into looking only in the day-to-day struggle, which is a livelihood.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope I get a bit of enlightenment.
Can you just repeat your name, organization again for the notes?
My name is Fajar from Tenaga Nita. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to that question, we'll take one more and then we'll ask our panelists to answer.
So my name is Zoe, and I'm from Hong Kong U, the humanity department. And I come here as a Hong Kong passport holder, but I am originally from mainland China. And yeah, I know, like the second biggest economy of the world, China is extremely underrepresented here, and there are a lot of reasons accounting for that. But I just want to say, yeah, so what I'm saying here cannot represent a lot of people who are anonymous and who have been fighting against the dictatorship regime in China for many, many years. And now they are my brothers and sisters in mainland China now fighting for their rights to get rid of the lockdown, get rid of the masks, and I hope everyone here can be standing with them in solidarity. Thank you. So I think I'm now going to my question part. So my main question goes to is for Emma and Jenny, right? So this panel is about politics and social issues. Last panel we recall is about economics, right? So we have been talking about intersectionality starting from today. But like it feels in my own personal view that those insights, those informations, the importance about intersectionality that do not dawn on people immediately. Especially so because we're talking about so many cultural, economic, and social differences, right, across the globe. So because Emma, you just talk about the climate change and how people there are, and people around the world are disproportionately infected by it. And also Jenny, you talk about how those immigrants from Ecuador are impacted in Brazil under the dictator of Bolsonaro, right? So my question is about how can we avoid different groups of people being turned against each other by the government or the patriarchal capitalism or dictatorship, whatever it is. How can we avoid this situation from happening? And we really how can we really practice this international solidarity in our real lives? And also one more follow-up question for Jenny. So because you're from Brazil, right? So huge congratulations for sending away the dictator Bolsonaro. And we sincerely hope on my behalf that Lula can bring something more promising in the future to come. But also my question, building on what I just asked. So we know that a lot in the past few years, a lot of migrant farmers entered the forest of Amazon under the protection of Bolsonaro. Because they say, oh, we are farmers, we are migrants, so we have this rightful claim to Amazon. So we have to farm our land. But this is at the expense of the original people there. So this is resonating what I just asked. How can we prevent different groups of people from being turned against each other and really make them realize the importance of international solidarity? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So we'll aim to answer 2 questions. The first we'll have Jess and Mickey answer, and then the second we'll ask Emma and Jenny to answer. So the first question, in summary, hopefully we captured it, is if we can elaborate on how we can go beyond the humanitarian response when opportunities for refugees are very limited when addressing the very immediate basic livelihood needs, or when they're viewed as investments. So how can we go beyond?
I can start. And for this, I think I would just speak to, I know a lot of our organizations do more than just political education and anti-imperialist organizing. Sorry, can folks hear me better? Okay, is this better? Cool, great. I know a lot of our organizations do more than just organizing anti-imperialist analysis and raising the analysis of the communities. We do a lot of supporting basic human rights and basic livelihood of refugees and migrants around the world. And I think it's a combination of addressing the basic needs, but also working alongside migrants themselves to raise their political analysis through education and really helping to recognize their own power that they have within their workplaces, within their destination countries, to realize that they do have basic human rights and they should be being treated fairly and equitably and should be receiving the same rights as those in the destination countries themselves. So I would say to start with political education.
So one of our One of our calls in Australia is the demand for refugees and asylum seekers to not just have permanent residency, because refugees don't want to leave their own countries. They're forced to leave their countries. So if we demand equal health benefits, equal rights, and equal security in the countries like Australia to then help their home countries, that would be a better option than to give them permanent residency where they're stuck in Australia, they cannot go home, and they are forced to be away from their country and their families for life. So that is, I guess, our political call, besides the humanitarian calls that we make in PASA.
Good, thank you. Hi. Your name? What's your name? Fachar. Fachar. Fashion. Thank you for the question. Ahora español. Bien. Voy a hablar en términos políticos
I'm going to talk about the political, in terms of politics. And I'm going to talk about the situation that I understand the most in Latin America, which is the Venezuelan refugees. Apart from different parts of the world, for example, in South America, we don't really have deportation. In the countries that constitute the Southern Triangle, so there we say, oh wow, there's no deportation, and because they're refugees, and there's a UN convention signed by all these countries, by many countries actually, in the world, ratified by these countries, and also ratified by these Mercosur countries. So we say, oh, this is great because they can just enter. There's a UN treaty, and that they can get their rights and their benefits. We also say that that the movements and migrant organizations also tell them about their rights and these benefits, and so that they can use these. But the reality is, when we talk about policies, like I said before, we have to pay attention to what the governments want out of the refugees that they accept. So, for example, first thing is they want the funding, because there's funding that gets divided for the government, but at the same time, when the government accepts these funds, I'm talking about the Brazilian situation. When they accept these funds, and there's organizations that help them, but they also condemn. But the way they do the condemnation is very subtle. For example, they'll say, "Oh, you're a doctor, but you can't work like a doctor here. You got to do something else." So, for example, prejudice in work. So, for example, they'll say, as prerequisites, oh, if you don't have these types of prerequisites, then you won't be accepted this types of work or this type of salary level. This is one of the subtle ways that they discriminate. So, for example, migrants will have different professions, but once they go in, they become, for example, independent contractors without any benefits, without security, health care rather, without pension. So that's that prejudice at work. Another thing is that there's a history of racism, classism, fascism, and xenophobia in these governments. And so what I want to say is that in a lot of times, especially in the case of Brazil, it's in the law. It, that it's in the law that that the Brazilian society needs to be majority white. It's actually called the Aurea law. It's also in the law. You won't be able to get benefits like get arrive and then be able to have housing. I mean, a lot of these things are just on paper, and most people don't really know that they still exist. But the real problem is that when they teach those in schools, and so the local groups, because those local groups don't want to be on par. So what are the practical solutions, particularly in the Brazil situation? So practically the refugees refer to stay with their refugee status and not naturalized as citizens. Because as refugees, they can still get the benefits of those international programs that are giving them services. But if once they become residents, they will lose those benefits. And so there's also different types and categories of refugee. For example, the white refugees, then wow, it's gonna be interesting. But if you're not a white refugee, then you're not interesting. We're gonna accept you, we're gonna let you in, but we're just gonna leave you alone and figure yourself out. Like what they said in the panel earlier in the morning. So we're just gonna leave you alone if you're not a white refugee. Um,
us yesterday. It's a clapping chant. So let's get up because we're going to go and move to the next portion of today. I'm going to lead it. It's going to be 3 claps. Okay, it's going to be 3 claps, followed by 3 claps, and then 7 claps. So it sounds like this. If you're from Indonesia, you know it, so help me lead it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more time. Long live international solidarity. Solidarity. All right, thank Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists.
Great. Thank you very much for the second panel of the day. Before you go for a coffee break, 2 announcements, very quick. So like Adrian mentioned, if you don't have interpretation
So for this portion of today, it'll be a little different, or at least we'll try to keep it lively. I know everyone's in the back still talking, but right now we're going to do our own talking because we are going to have a talk show. So you'll notice there's no tables here because this is the talk show. So it's a little bit brief. The way that we're going to do this is we're going to have each of the speakers just share a little bit about the campaigns. I've heard the question asked this morning, can we win? And people have said, yes. And we know that we can win because we have seen the victories from the different fights of migrants all over the world. So can we win? Se puede? So here we have a really great panel of people to be able to speak, share their experiences of the different campaigns that they have led by migrants, to be able to show that there is a possibility for us to be able to change the society as we know it, right? And so we have Catalina Lopez, we have Glenis Balange, we have Jang Chon, and we have Diana Ramirez, who are going to each share about their campaigns. Again, this is not a panel, this is a talk show, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to have each of the speakers share briefly about their campaigns, talk a little bit about what they were able to do, what is the issues that they were fighting for, and then share the successes. How did they win? What are some of the things that they were able to do to see the strength of migrants coming together? And so we'll go each panelist to be able to share just a little bit. It'll just be 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes? Yes, 5 minutes for each person to share. And then afterwards, we're going to open it up to the audience. So the audience, we want to be able to ask the questions. This is about us learning all together how we can fight and how we can fight stronger, right? How we can start to build this movement, because we are here gathered all over the world to be able to see how we can advance the fight and the struggle of migrants all together, right? Yes? So then after that, we'll just end with some closing words from the panelists. What are some words of inspiration? What are some lessons that we could take away? And so that is going to be how our panel, or our talk show will be for today. And don't worry, we're going to try to keep it entertaining. There's going to be some pictures. There might even be some videos. So just keep your eyes peeled for our presenters. So I'll go ahead and allow the speakers to introduce themselves. Go ahead, Glenis, we'll go ahead and start with you. Do you want to share a little bit about the campaign that you were able to take part in?
Thank you, Julian. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Should I shout? Okay. Thank you. This mic works better. Thank you, Julian. And I think the challenging thing for us to do is how to do a militant talk show, but okay. I'm Glenis. I'm a migrant in Belgium, and I've been there for nearly 5 years. I represent Ibon International and the representative office in Europe. And I would like to take off from the discussions much earlier from this morning, that as migrant groups, as migrant organizations, that we work well with other marginalized groups to be the working peoples of the world for our campaigns and for our advocacy. So I will share with you this afternoon very briefly about the campaign that we did in the belly of the beast. And as you know, NATO is based in Europe, and as such, the migrant groups and other anti-imperialist organizations and anti-war organizations in Europe have a lot on their hands, as we have to be ready all the time, as we have to have the responsibility of organizing ourselves to fight the beast, so to speak. So the campaign, the anti-war, anti-imperialist war campaign in Europe and in the different regions of the world was launched in the first quarter of this year, just as when the war, proxy war of the U.S. and Ukraine exploded in its most recent explosion after the February attacks. And with this campaign, there was a coordinating network between anti-imperialist organizations that includes migrants organizations not only in Europe but all around the world. That includes also other organizations from the working class. And so this education and action campaign, as we call it, was led by the International Coordination Network that would later transform into the International People's Front to coordinate the anti-imperialist campaigns. First, with the objectives to first expose the inter-imperialist nature of the war, because a lot of problems in Europe is the dominant discourse between who's good, who's evil, what's a democracy, what's an authoritarianism, and then with the war in Ukraine, the dominant discourse is that okay, Russia is bad, the rest of the European Union is good, NATO is good. So first, we wanted to expose the real nature of the war, address and talk about the historical roots of the conflict, which is very challenging because we are faced with the dominant media who would spew out narratives that who's good for them and who's bad for them. And second, the objective is to oppose these inter-imperialist wars through the guidance of people's movements, the program of people's movements. And the third is to also, while we expose and oppose this, the nature of the inter-imperialist wars, which is intrinsic in this system, is to celebrate and advance the people's movement and broaden the anti-war movement and consolidate ourselves. So those are the three objectives. And from the get-go, I will tell you, it's not just the migrants that led this campaign, but it's a collaborative effort of all anti-imperialist forces that moving ahead from the dominant discourse of just wanting peace and stoppage to wars without underscoring the historical roots of the conflict. And so there were several education webinars that were conducted, and we would like to emphasize the importance of taking the opportunities of social media and digital connections. While it's still inequitable from across countries, that we have the opportunity to have discussions about these topics with internet. And but these activities culminated in June with a counter summit, a counter people summit during the meeting of the NATO in Madrid towards the end of June this year. And so in between those, the launch of the campaign and the educational discussions and the webinars that were held, there were face-to-face meetings with migrants organization from the Philippines, from Palestine, from Kurdistan, from Korea, from Japan, and from Latin America, all over Europe. And second, there was a youth gathering for all the for several youth organizations that gathered in Europe, and there's a tour to Paris to revisit the history of the Paris Commune, and then it culminated in Madrid for the counter NATO summit, where several organizations not only discussed, but also took to the streets to oppose the role of the NATO in this current war. And that's the short of that campaign, and we would go to more of the details later.
Thank you so much, Glenis. Thank you for sharing about your campaign. What we're going to do is we'll go ahead and hear from each of the speakers first, and then again, keep your questions prepared, because then we're going to hear from you all. What are the things that you want to learn from each of our speakers here? So let's go ahead and hear from Jang Chun.
My time? Okay. First, I'm sorry, my English is not good well, because my major is Korean language. My parents teach me English is imperial word. So I study in UNIFIL Korean language. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. My name is Jang Chun in Osan Migrant Worker Center from South Korea. You have to understand that with all the glamorous K-pop like BTS and hosting 2 million migrant workers. But our country is not yet free and democratic. Just because of the dictates of the US imperialism. It was started long time ago. In the 19th century, we fought against the Korean monarchy and the Japanese occupation. After that, the sad division brought by the Cold War by the dictators, not people's choice. Under the US imperialism, Korea will not be united as long as the US military bases is present in South Korea. That is why we are fighting against the presence of the US bases and all kinds of military action in our country. This video was taken when President Biden visited Korea last August. Play the video.
지금부터 전력 타격 적대 민중을 우리 청산 북측 핵 전쟁원수 미국 최고 제22차 반미투쟁장 대장정 평택 험프리 미국 기지역 집회를 힘차게 시작하겠습니다. 시작에 앞서 자주투명과
Okay. Now, Korean new President Yoon is a servant of imperialism, wants to exploit Korean people, also migrants too. Our struggle for genuine freedom and democracy is not yet over. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the video. I think it wasn't just Jang Chung that was in the video, but actually some of our audience members too. One of them recording right now. So we're gonna go ahead and hear now from Catalina, who's going to share about their campaign that they've been working on.
¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están nuestros hijos, nuestras hijas? ¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están nuestros hijos, nuestras hijas? ¿Dónde están? Este es un lema, de esta manera inicia.
It's very important for us to start to find all the people who are disappeared in Mexico, because we know that families are calling for this across Mexico. That's why this campaign is based in the territory of Mexico. The experience of the mothers who experience looking for their disappeared children, it's been really important to recognize that struggle and that collective struggle. To learn and understand, and that the collective struggle is important. To learn what is happening and make it visible so that we can demand no more criminalization, no more persecution to that migrant population, because many of us are migrants. This campaign has also helped so that other moms around the world can help those kinds of strategies and those mechanisms, one way or another, of what the moms in Mexico have done. This is 16 years of caravan and lots of experience, so that the world can know how they do it, what they do, and who they do it with. And in 2018, it was made real. There was a group launched of mothers of migrants disappeared. Now, they now have new strategies for searching and for demanding. Alive they left, alive we want them back. No more disappearances, no more criminalization to that population migrante. That in one way or another, they've had the courage to break that type of life and to live a dignified life. It really is a struggle, it really is a fight, and it's not an easy decision. But they are criminalized during their passage through Mexico in these caravans. And this morning I heard someone say, all those migrants that are victims of massacres, and we can mention much more, where migrants are from all different parts, Central Mexico, and other parts of the world, are also victims of these massacres. Our campaign is for that. Because if alive they left, alive we want them back. Alive they left, alive we want them back. This campaign also makes it like people in this collective struggle make it visible, these invisible problems. Because there's a saying that goes, sir, ma'am. Apologies, y'all. When we don't participate in the struggle, we become accomplices for what happens to those victims. Right now, there's going to be a video where we can see a bit about the struggle and how important this has been and how it's been used for other moms around the world, so they can also get justice for their disappeared. And this is the struggle for women together, so that we can get our loved ones back with life.
Nuestros familiares a nivel Centroamérica son expulsados por la violencia estructural, por la pandilla, por la inseguridad y también por los megaproyectos. Es por eso que ellos tienen que salir. Entonces, en ese marco se da la caravana y luego se juntan para luego realizar la primera cumbre mundial de madres de migrantes desaparecidos.
Bueno, todo empezó con un sueño, el sueño de poder globalizar el movimiento de madres. Nosotros tenemos 14 años realizando la caravana de madres centroamericanas. Empezamos con Honduras, Al cabo de 2 años logramos que se uniera Salvador, después se unió Nicaragua y Guatemala y finalmente tuvimos una caravana centroamericana. Y pensamos que al calor del Foro Social Mundial de Migraciones era el momento de globalizar estas caravanas.
Hoy nos reunimos en México, madres de desaparecidos de 3 continentes. Hoy nos reconocemos por un problema común, producto de todo un modelo mundial que produce deshumanización, muerte, guerra, pobreza y como consecuencia migración y desaparecidos.
La circunstancia de todos los países está empeorando en función del modelo económico que tenemos. Tú no puedes pensar que un pueblo o una ciudad que tiene minas de oro está en la miseria total, porque las minas están en manos de extranjeros y el dinero se va afuera y la tierra se las quitan para poder explotarla. Entonces, ¿qué hace esa gente? No tiene más que migrar.
A partir de hoy creo que se forma una red mundial, ¿verdad?, para acuerparnos y seguir juntos en la lucha, porque si hay alguna acción que hacer, todas vamos a acuerpar eso.
Hay que desplegar una resistencia global porque hay una guerra global que nos acompaña.
Las madres del mundo, unidas, jamás serán vencidas.
Thank you, Catalina. Gracias. So let's go ahead and hear now, lastly from Diana, who's going to share about a campaign that happened in Alberta.
Well, thank you so much. First, I wanted to start really fastly introducing myself. I am a second-generation born Canadian. I am a daughter from refugees from Guatemala. I want to say that I admire Catalina a lot for the work that she's doing. I feel very passionate about helping immigrants in Canada. Currently, I'm a volunteer with AWARE. We focus on education for movement. Today, I'm wanting to share with you a story of a success, so some positive. I'm going to share a little bit of the campaign history, like the why it happened, how it happened, and to leave you all with a little bit of a positive note. So I do have a picture I wanted to share, which is regarding Evangie. She arrived in Canada in 2010 as a temporary foreign worker. She first came to Ontario and then moved to Alberta, where she's currently living. Evangie said that if you ever meet her, she is a person that is a fighter. She is always resisting the system, and during her time working, she very pushed against 2 employers that were harassing her and discriminating her. So this kind of led to a series of events that led to her being undocumented. One of the employers accused her of stealing, and she was charged with counts of theft over $5,000 in 2014, which the lawyer says that in court documents it shows that she did this in 2015 when she wasn't even in the country. But this led her to lose her work permit, and then because she wasn't able to apply for refugee status or basically any other, she fell in through the immigration cracks of Canada and became undocumented in 2015. This same year, her daughter was born. She remained undocumented and raised her daughter, even though despite being a Canadian born at that time, the daughter didn't have access to health services. So if she wanted to take her to the doctor, she would have to pay out of her own pocket. And this is the start from Evangie's story. She fought, and actually now, because of her voice, children born in Alberta from undocumented parents now have access to medical services, which shows her passion and how she's willing to raise her voice. So in 2012, Evangie fought to apply for another status through immigration. After a long wait, she was told no, and she was deported. She was given a deportation order, sorry. And that happened in this year, in July of 2022. So in May, organizers of Migrante came together and they made a plan, and which successfully 4 days before her deportation order, she was allowed to stay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the deportation campaign. how it has a little bit of few elements to it. First is the legal part, which the group got a lawyer that took onto the case and did all the applications needed for her to stay. The lawyer also shifted the message in between saying, stop the deportation of Vanjie. He shifted it to saying, keep McKenna, McKenna is her daughter, healthy. And this really shows how the bias and how racist the system is, that now instead of people aren't willing to care that a worker is going to be deported. But if you say a child that's Canadian citizen will be deported, then eventually people started to care. So the campaign also had, like we see here in the pictures, lots of media releases. We worked with social media strategies, putting it on social media, as well as news conference. And then the third part of this was the organizing and mobilization. So there was an online petition and this letter. Because of the timing, the first 4 days had over 3,000 signatures, and that was delivered directly to the Minister of Immigration. So we kind of put pressure. And then, of course, alliance building with other groups. And then something very curious happened. During the conference, a Mexican family was also being deported. They found out through almost pure coincidence. They were ready to leave the country. They're starting to sell their furniture, and they met one person that was Canadian and heard their story, and he was so compassionate that he actually looked through Google and brought him over to the day of the news conference. So the success really shows that because of Angie's campaign was so powerful already, we were able to almost unite both families to stop their deportations. One very important thing that I want to mention is, yes, we have to build solidarity with other migrants, but then in this case also bring knowledge to Canadians that they're really the ones that are going to vote and apply pressure to politicians, of course. So the lessons learned was migrants' voices, like these families that the Mexican family was in danger of going back home. We need to raise their voices, and we need to be able to give them a platform, and that's really those small acts of resistance is really going to show them that they're not alone, that they're able to fight the good fight, as well as organizations like Migrante and Aware that were next to them worked with Vanjie to really empower her and allow her to have a voice. Thank you.
Migrantes Unidos! No, okay, try it again. Migrantes Unidos jamás serán vencidos! So you know that I'm now in the audience because it is the time for us here to participate, right? So give it up again for our speakers. Give it up for all those that participated in the campaigns that have won. So now we wanted to open it up for questions because what did we say? We wanted our voices to be heard. So let's hear it. We have a question over here. If you can go ahead and say your name, organization, and your question.
D'accord. Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais parler en français parce que c'est ma langue de travail. Je suis Marina Kabou. Je travaille pour...
It's the first time I participate into an IMA event. It's my pleasure to be here. We were invited by the National Confederation for Work in Senegal. We are also it is a network made up of 32 civil rights organizations. The objective is to promote the rights of migrants, but also of children, because we consider that alone we are powerless. We can go much further and reach desired results. We also promote the voices of migrants based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
So yeah, I'll repeat your questions in
D'accord, merci.
English.
Je vais continuer. Voilà, je disais que nous faisons la promotion de la mobilité.
We are promoting mobility
Parce que la migration est un droit humain fondamental.
because migration is a fundamental human right.
Toute personne a le droit de quitter tout pays,
Any person has the right to leave any country,
y compris le sien, et de revenir dans son pays,
including the right to return to their country,
conformément à l'article 13 de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme.
as mentioned in the article number 13 of the Declaration of Human Rights.
Donc nous, au Sénégal, on se base sur cette déclaration
Us in Senegal base our actions on this declaration
pour promouvoir les droits des migrants,
so as to promote the rights of migrants,
des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées.
of refugees and displaced persons.
Le Sénégal a aussi signé et ratifié la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples,
The Senegal has also signed and ratified the African Declaration of the Rights of the People,
et on se base aussi sur cette charte pour promouvoir les droits des migrants,
and we also base ourselves on this charter to promote the rights of migrants,
parce que cette charte aussi promeut la mobilité.
because this charter also promotes mobility.
En fait, c'est dire que les droits humains sont des droits universels,
The rights of human rights are universal rights,
inaliénables,
inalienable,
appartenant à tous,
and belonging to all,
indivisibles,
indivisible,
appartenant à tous sans distinction,
belonging to everyone without any distinctions
de race, de sexe et de religion.
of race, sex, or religion.
C'est pourquoi
This is why
nous devons davantage mener ces campagnes de communication
we must conduct these campaigns of communication more and more.
Nous devons utiliser les médias.
We must use media.
Nous devons aussi occuper les médias
We must also occupy media
pour déconstruire les stéréotypes,
so as to deconstruct stereotypes,
les clichés
clichés,
qui alimentent les discriminations
which feed discrimination
à l'égard des migrants.
towards migrants.
Parce que beaucoup de nations
Because many nations
se sont développées grâce à la mobilité.
developed thanks to mobility,
Donc la migration est source de développement.
and so migration is source of development.
La migration a toujours existé
Migration has always existed
et existera toujours.
and will always exist.
On ne peut pas arrêter la mer avec ses bras.
No one can stop the sea with their arms.
Donc battons-nous.
We must fight.
Seule la lutte libère.
Only fighting can free us.
Quelqu'un disait
Someone said
que le citoyen n'est pas seulement un consommateur,
that the citizen is not only a consumer,
c'est un producteur d'idées,
he's also a producer of ideas,
de convictions,
of convictions, of beliefs,
d'engagement
of engagement,
et de solidarité.
and solidarity.
Donc je suis sûr que
I am therefore sure
nous sommes tous et toutes
that we are all
des forces de proposition.
opposition forces.
Donc battons-nous.
Let's fight.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, based on what we were able to hear, is there anything that the speakers would like to respond to? But if not, thank you so much for that very important contribution. We wanted to open it up further for questions, and I believe we have a question up here.
Yo quisiera tocar el tema del asunto de los desaparecidos. Lamentablemente los gobiernos y las Naciones Unidas no prefieren tocar el tema, sino más bien han mirado hacia un costado, porque ellos saben el caso de los 120,000 desaparecidos.
Organized crime goes working hand in hand, obviously for your people, with the government. The majority of the people who are disappeared are young people 18 to 30 years old. And a lot, there's literally trafficking.
n'ont pas pris en considération. Le gouvernement ne montre pas toutes les données.
And collect that. But the most severe part of all of this is not only lack of action, but also the accomplices of international governments. Not only, but we know that this is caused by the invasions of imperialists in Central America that's causing this forced migration. In El Salvador, in Guatemala, in Nicaragua, in Panama, in Chile. We have a list of the invasions, the permanent invasions of these people, these governments, practically. And these governments have given in to these imperialist forces and have allowed for the displacement of people and for letting these large parts of the population to migrate, this forced migration. These neoliberal projects. And that these migrants then get accused of being terrorists when they start to cross over into the United States. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Were there any others that wanted to ask?
Hi, my name is Corey Abreu. I am with Students United for Palestinian Equal Rights in Portland, Oregon.
Don't worry. We have another one.
Okay. I have a question for Jang and Glennis. Why must migrants be at the forefront of resisting anti-imperialist wars? And what are some effective methods you have seen implemented to raise the collective consciousness and mobilize communities in the diaspora that might have not yet connected the relationship between conflicts and the diaspora?
Thank you. I'm hearing good question. So we'll go ahead and have Glennis or Jang Chun respond.
I will respond to the first question. Hello, is this better? Okay. The migrants, we think, have the responsibility to lead or to join the anti-imperialist wars of aggression, because in the first place we are here because of their doing. The monopoly capitalism implemented neoliberal policies in southern countries that led to the chronic underdevelopment of southern countries, and as such, and after that, they implemented structural adjustment programs to solve the crisis in the 1970s and then 1980s, which further led to the lack of jobs, lack of services, and lack of economic development in these countries. So, beginning from colonialism up to the time of the structural adjustment programs, up to the next wave of neoliberal policies in these countries, this led to to the chronic underdevelopment of countries like the Philippines, Pakistan, and other countries in Latin America and Africa, which forced people to migrate to find better conditions to feed their families, to send their children to school. And so the anti-imperialist struggle is a must for us, so that we can liberate ourselves, we can liberate our societies, and push for a better world for not only for us but also for our children. So that's the short answer, I think.
Thank you so much, Glenis. And so that's about time that we have for questions. But give it up again for our talk show guests. Thank you so much. It's been great to be able to hear from you all and the different campaigns that you have led and the different victories that we have gained because of the struggles that you have waged. So again, another round of applause for everyone here.
Okay, thank you very much. Our first try at a talk show. Thank you very much for all of the moderators and the panelists, or the speakers for the talk show. We were going to do today a group photo. We're actually going to do that tomorrow. We're going to move